The November 4th, 2019 meeting of the Anne Arundel County Council is now in session. Please stand for the invocation. Remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilwoman Hare will lead us in this evening's invocation.
Good evening, everyone. I thought, being that it's November, we could actually just take a moment of silence to give thanks to whatever it is we choose tonight. Personally, I am thanking all of you for coming to participate in your local county government, and giving thanks to all of my council colleagues and our behind-the-scenes sort of amazing staff, our auditor, et cetera, our legislative council, for the work that we all do collaboratively for our constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Pickard has some guests she'd like to introduce this evening, relationship to our Pledge of Allegiance.
Yes, good evening. I want to welcome the Boy Scout Troop 957 of Glen Burnie to the podium to do the Pledge of Allegiance. We had a lovely meeting before. They had great questions. Welcome, boys.
Okay. Where's the flag? Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much to the Scouts for coming this evening. I'm sure you'll find it enjoyable like the rest of us sitting out here and in the crowd. Madam Secretary, please read the ethics statement.
The Ethics Commission has asked that I advise you that under certain circumstances, members of the public may qualify as lobbyists when they testify before the County Council. If so, the law requires that certain information be filed with the Ethics Commission. The Chairman of the Ethics Commission has asked that those present review the Ethics Commission information in the foyer of these chambers. If there are any questions about lobbying requirements, speakers should contact the Ethics Commission in the Heritage Office Complex on Reaver Road.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Now we're going to have the invitation to audience. We'll invite members of the audience who sign up before the meeting to address the County Council briefly on any subject not included in the printed agenda. Remarks are limited to 2 minutes. Please make sure you look at our buzzard up here. Ms. Klein will obviously push the button, and when it goes off, we have a lot of people to testify, so I want to make sure we show respect and deference to everyone in the room. I will now call up folks who signed up. We'll start off with the list here. Ms. Chrissy Holt, Mr. Art Holt, looks like L.E. Gomez, and Ms. Ann Fligston. If you all would come forward in the chairs. Okay, while everyone's getting seated, again, name, address in 2 minutes, and I'm going to repeat this again. I asked everyone, respect the time. We have a lot of people to testify, and I want to show deference and respect to them. So when the 2 minutes is up, please make sure you finish your statement. We don't want to move beyond that. Ms. Holt, you have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Chrissy Holt. Can you wait 1 moment, please?
Okay. Is that it?
Thank you.
My name is Chrissy Holt. I live at 8 Fifth Circle in Annapolis, Maryland. I am the leader with the Maryland Progressive Healthcare Coalition and the co-chair for the Healthcare Task Force for Progressive Maryland. We're here to talk tonight about passing a Medicare for All resolution by Anne Arundel County and why the local government Medicare for All resolutions are important for Medicare for All and the health care of all citizens. Local governments must often deal most directly with the consequences of our unaffordable and inequitable health insurance system. Municipal budgets are increasingly strapped, and local businesses struggle to make ends meet due to rising health insurance premiums. And local governments provide frontline response when community members face medical debt-related bankruptcies and become gravely ill or die needlessly because they lack adequate health insurance. Thus, local governments play an important role in the highlighting of the desperate need for an expanded and improved Medicare for All. By passing resolutions, local governments can help to shape the national public narrative and build political political will needed to ultimately win guaranteed health care for everyone as a matter of right. In Maryland, there are 355,000 uninsured Marylanders, of which 73% of them are minorities. 73% of Maryland's uninsured are minorities. This is definitely a equity issue, and we're going to be talking more about that tonight. 64% of the uninsured have a high school diploma, 87% of the uninsured are working families, and 36% of the uninsured have a household income of less than $50,000 compared to 22% of all Maryland residents. The U.S. Census projects that the majority of the American population will be the minority backgrounds, the majority minority by the 2040. But right now, 59% of American uninsured are people of color, of which 73% in Maryland. Thank you.
Mr. Holt?
Yes, hi, my name's Arthur Holt. I live at 8 Fisk Circle, and I'd like to continue reading portions of the suggested proposed resolution. Whereas Medicare for All, H.R. 1384, would establish guaranteed universal health care for all U.S. residents, provide comprehensive health care, including all primary care, hospital and outpatient services, dental, vision, audiology, maternity and newborn care, women's reproductive services, mental health, prescription drugs, and long-term care services. Eliminate all costs for premiums, deductibles, copays, and other out-of-pocket costs that have caused such a crisis for tens of millions of people. Ensure genuine patient choice of any doctor, hospital, clinic, or other provider a patient chooses without the restrictions imposed by private insurers. Sharply reduce the cost of prescription drugs by authorizing Medicare to negotiate lower drug prices, as most of the rest of the world does. Protect the ability of service veterans to continue to receive their specialized care through the Veterans Administration if they choose, and Native Americans to receive their medical benefits through the Indian Health Service if they choose. And whereas nearly all U.S. residents and businesses would spend less, that's local businesses, would spend less, and usually far less, under a Medicare for All program, such as 1384, than they do today for health coverage and medical, dental, vision, and other care. Whereas various studies, both conservative and progressive, has estimated that the U.S. would save from $2 trillion to $5 trillion over 10 years. So I thank you for your time, and I hope that this is helpful.
Thank you. Mr. Gomez?
Good evening. My name is Eli Gomez. I am a physician and assistant professor of medicine at Howard University. I have been in practice for over 20 years. I'm a board emergency medicine specialist. I have an MBA. I'm a business consultant to healthcare business. And I can tell you that human beings are dying needlessly because they do not have coverage. And I can also guarantee you that it's not just an issue of health inequity, that every person in this room is subject to it, because everything that will be done on your behalf will not be done until we confirm in hospitals that you have the adequate insurance. And many times when I speak to a specialist with regard to a critical situation in which someone is about to die, they want to know first whether or not the individual is insured. I think that is enough for us to say that my work with Progressive Maryland and this initiative and any other support of these types of initiatives are critical to all of us. And we have a tendency to look at the others and say, well, you know, yeah, we do want everyone to be covered. Well, guess what? Every single person, whether you're covered or not, is subject to the same problems because we don't make the assumption that everyone should be treated equally. And so as you're being screened for whether or not you are more equal than others, you're going to end up dead. And that is not a overstatement. This actually happens on a pretty regular basis. It happens at all hospitals and all hospital systems, and it happens in basically every healthcare scenario that you can imagine where someone is critically hurt, injured, or at risk of death. I'll leave it there. Good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Flixton?
Good evening, members of the council. Ann Fligston, I'm the executive director of Growth Action Network, and I can't believe it was 2 months ago when I went to a work session to talk to the council, and I had prepared to bring books so I could give you one, and it's taken me this long to get back. But we talked then a little bit about the fact that everybody says they want to control growth, or they want sustainable growth, or they want to manage growth, but there are not a whole lot of solutions that people can agree about or come up with. And so that's why I wanted to give each member of the council this book called Better, Not Bigger by Eben Fodor, because he really was at the first meeting of Growth Action we ever had, and he's been a great guru for us in looking at growth issues. So that's all I wanted to say, and I hope you enjoy it. If you don't, I'll be sorry, but I would love to talk to some of you at some point about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fligston. Thank you all. You're dismissed. Is there anyone who did not sign up that wishes to speak to come to the table regarding invitation audience? Okay, once again, last call for anyone invitation audience. Madam Secretary will give you a sheet to sign with your name and address. Ms. Johnson, do you want to begin, and then we can, if we can get the speaker to work? Here, let me try it. Little technical difficulties, folks, here, sorry. You want to try the middle one? Oh, she got it. There we go. All right, Ms. Johnson, name, address, 2 minutes. Thank you.
Julie Johnson, P.O. Box 6634, Annapolis, Maryland. I certainly support the concept of medical care for everybody, but one of the major problems that we have is we don't have the trained personnel. The medical schools do not produce enough physicians, physician's assistants, nurses, med techs. I mean, it's a really misplaced set of priorities, but that really was not what I was going to talk about today. I was going to talk to you about a book called Chesapeake Bay Blues that was written by a Naval Academy professor nearly 15 years ago. He planned to do a scholarly analysis of the effectiveness of some of the legislative, he was poli-sci, political science prof. So he's looking at the environmental laws that the Maryland State Legislature has passed, and how is this working out, and but it turned out that after it was published, it became quite controversial. There were no complaints about his methods and his data and analysis, but the problem was that he reported what he observed, which is the laws were written with loopholes. So builders, developers, financial people, real estate professionals, agents, brokers, appraisers, advertisers, etc., could challenge the laws that they drafted and passed in court. And then the courts would dutifully provide the planned loopholes, big enough to drive bulldozers, cement mixers, and other heavy equipment, just right through them. So he also looked at what was the public desire. And the desire was to protect the rivers in the bay. And he had a boatload of evidence. People would buy the license plates, which are, to fund those things, which is basically self-taxing. But he also looked at the election results and all the environmental organizations. There was a lot of activity. And my message for you is that the people were angry, and I fear you're going to face some of that same anger.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Yes, ma'am. Name, address, in 2 minutes.
Yeah, Randy Williams, 4795 Idlewild Road in Shadyside. So I'm here tonight to speak as a registered nurse in favor of health care for all, and a couple issues that I would like to bring to your attention. I work with a young lady who just found out she was pregnant 5 weeks. So she is up from Hurricane Maria. She's been in the United States for 2 years and has not been able to afford to buy health insurance. She broke her foot about 3 weeks ago, went to Patient First. They denied her care because she did not have any insurance, and she ended up in the emergency room where she's going to end up paying a lot more money in the long run for that type of care. So we need to look at people who have situations where they just can't afford the programs that are out there now. The other issue is I run a medical adult daycare center, so I care for Alzheimer's and dementia clients, but they have Medicare. The situation is that their children are spending thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars each year to care for them, and they're the victims of the private insurance that costs them a fortune for their own care, because when you're a caregiver, you are carrying the brunt of the work, and caregivers get ill very quickly. So those are the people that they're my age, in our 50s, and we're the ones who, when we start running out of funds to take care of our parents, can't afford insurance anymore and can't afford the premiums and the co-pays, and this is who we need to be caring for. Our Alzheimer's cases and dementia are growing and growing and growing proportionately quickly. So please look into healthcare for all.
Thank you so much. You're dismissed. The invitation to audience is now closed. Is there any member of the council member like to place anything on the agenda not listed? Seeing no movement, we'll move forward. Just for the record, the administration wishes to withdraw Bill 8119, school chart. So for the record, Madam Secretary, please make sure that's withdrawn. May I have a motion that the partial reading of any bill, resolution, amendment to a bill or resolution, or minutes constitute the reading of the whole?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Madam Secretary, please read the minutes of October 21st, 2019.
The meeting was called to order by Chairman Andrew Pruski at 7 p.m. and opened with the invocation given by Reverend Dr. Carletta Allen, Asbury United Methodist Church, Annapolis, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
May I have a motion to approve the minutes of October 21st, 2019?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The minutes of October 21st, 2019 stand approved as read. Madam Secretary, please read the titles of the bills to be introduced this evening.
Bill number 8219, an ordinance concerning Millburst Special Community Benefit District. Bill number 8319, an ordinance concerning licenses, towing companies, non-consensual towing, storage facilities, and redemption areas, blanket authorizations to tow.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read the titles of the resolution to be introduced this evening.
Resolution number 4519, resolution appointing a member to the Anne Arundel County Ethics Commission. Resolution number 4619, resolution supporting the Anne Arundel County Board of Education's fiscal year 2021 public school construction capital improvement program request for submission to the Interagency Committee on School Construction. Resolution number 4719, resolution concerning the proper handling and reporting of all incidents, assaults, and crimes committed in Anne Arundel County public schools or during school-sponsored events. Resolution number 4819, a resolution encouraging the establishment of a tree planting incentive program in Anne Arundel County.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. May I ask the council, does anyone like to have a motion to suspend the rules and to vote on Resolution 4719 first this evening?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacey?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volke?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The motion to suspend the rules is adopted.
Okay, Madam Secretary, please read the title of Resolution 4719.
Resolution number 4719, resolution concerning the proper handling and reporting of all incidents, assaults, and crimes committed in Anne Arundel County public schools or during school-sponsored events.
Okay, I'll make a statement in a second, but I'd like the administration to come forward if they'd like to make any statement regarding this resolution. This is a resolution sponsored by the entire council. I thank everybody for stepping up. For those of you that don't know, we've had testimony, also the Board of Education and others. We've seen a rise and concern related to sexual harassment, sexual assault, and hate crimes in Anne Arundel County. And I believe it's important, and I think the council has agreed with me, that we make a statement as a body in terms of addressing these issues. One thing I do want to state, and I'm sure others may want to state something, this is not just the school system. This statement is a support that every agency in this government, including the county executive, our state's attorney, our Department of Health, we all need to take this issue seriously, and even the members sitting up here need to show leadership, and certainly that's what this statement says. But on behalf of the administration, would you like to make a statement regarding this resolution?
Sure. For the record, Pete Barron with County Executive Stuart Pittman. The County Executive firmly stands with the entire council on this. We strongly support the message that is being sent by this resolution.
Okay. Any further discussion? Councilman Volke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm proud to join in this resolution, and obviously I had asked some questions about this along with Councilwoman Rodvian and Mr. Chairman when the health officer was here at our last meeting. Obviously, this is impactful to my district because the race and hate bias report that came out showed a very high number of incidents that had occurred in the 21122 district, zip code, which is in my district. With that, on Friday, I had the opportunity to meet with the health officer, and he and I talked pretty extensively about this and some other issues, but I am ready to work with the administration on this. I know they have some things that they're putting together, and I'm excited to be able to work with them on that. He and I talked about some chances to be in the community and create that conversation bigger than just sort of the schools, because as he and I discussed, and I think Dr. Arlotto pointed this out in an article he did back in February, the schools have kids for about 17% of the time. The rest of the time they're in the communities. And so this conversation must be bigger than just the schools because they are only one piece of this puzzle. So I'm looking forward to working with the administration, and you have my support on that, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Volke. Councilwoman Pickard?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also wanted to make some comments. I fully support the message we're sending with this resolution. Working to improve the climate in all of our schools and reviewing policies and procedures is vital to the security and safety and well-being of our students. As a parent of 3 school-age children and a past Board of Ed member and a PTA member, I do think it's important to highlight some of the positive things that are going on in our schools. Everything from policy revisions related to bullying, cyberbullying, harassment, and intimidation, a new policy that separates out biased behavior and language, and a new policy on sexual harassment that has just been introduced by our Board of Education and is currently up for public comment until November 9th. So if you, once a school board member, always a school board member, so I tend to pay attention to what's happening there, but it's important for all of us in the community to pay attention to what's happening in our schools from the policy side, but also there's some really cool things happening in the classroom. Our schools are each a little microcosm of the bigger community, and they each have a little different feel and a little different flavor, but they are doing community circles and restorative practices. I know my children have morning meetings where they're able to talk to each other. They've expanded their Unity Day. You'll be seeing Wear Orange 4 times a year, and with that goes hand in hand with professional development for our teachers and staff in our schools. The county has joined forces with AACPS to look at the achievement gap and equity across our county, making sure all of our students are able to be successful. And one of the coolest things happening in Anne Arundel County, which is quite innovative, is the new Global Community Citizen class, GCC, as you'll hear students. All 9th graders starting this year have a high school requirement to take this course. And I've had the opportunity to talk with folks at Glen Burnie High School and Old Mill High School, 2 high schools in my district, which have a very rich diversity. And a community leader actually has had the privilege to speak at some of these classes going on at Glen Burnie High School, and I was really struck. Out of the blue, this community leader texted me to say that he truly feels that this course alone, that working with these 9th graders is going to change the dynamic and shape of Anne Arundel County in the decade to come. I think that's very, very cool stuff. So I wanted to highlight some of those things. You know, my children have learned the phrase, when you're pointing a finger, you've got 3 fingers pointing back at you. So we all need to make sure as we're critical and that we're constructive, but we're also reminding ourselves that we're part of the solution. The late Representative Congressman Elijah Cummings has one of his famous quotes, and our nation's diversity is our promise, not our problem. So if we can all think about, as community leaders, as citizens, as parents, what are we doing with these issues, I think we can move this conversation forward. And like my colleague, Councilman Volke, I'll be looking to have this conversation where it's not being had. Obviously, people that come to a meeting about diversity are already engaged. So where are these conversations not happening, and how do we learn to tolerate and celebrate and accept each other and live in kindness? So thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hare?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to echo those sentiments and just say I think this resolution really emphasizes that the council stands ready to support the Board of Education and our schools and really everywhere in the community, a feeling that students should feel safe. That's sort of critically important in our campuses. I will say that as recently, just last week on October 31st, at South River High School, actually, there was a drawing in one of the bathrooms, and I won't get into the details about what it was, but it certainly is a hate crime. And these are the things that really tear apart our schools, and we need to be working together to foster an atmosphere of inclusion and safety. And so I'm very happy to support this resolution and stand ready with the rest of the council to do whatever we can to help the Board of Education look at their policies and move forward with this.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Again, before we vote, I want to thank my colleagues. Sometimes it takes a statement of leadership, and I commend every single person up here for standing behind this, because we do have to show leadership in these kind of times. So thank you again. Madam Secretary, no further discussion. Could you please call the roll on Resolution 4719?
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacey?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volke?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Resolution 4719 is adopted.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 6819 as amended.
Bill number 6819, an ordinance concerning subdivision and development, forest conservation.
Madam Secretary, my apologies, a point of order. There wanted to be a co-sponsor of a bill. Can we get that on the record? I'll let Ms. Fiedler state that before we move forward. That was my fault. Go ahead.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to be added as co-sponsor on 4819, please.
4819?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
My apologies. Thank you. So I guess we want to start off with the administration in terms of comments, and then any initial discussion, then we'll open up for public hearing. It looks like Mr. Trumbauer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chris Trumbauer with the County Exec's Office. To my left is Matt Johnson, Environmental Policy Director. We've also got Eric Michelson from DPW. We've got Planning Officer Stephen Kai Ziegler. We've got Deputy Planning Officer Holly Tompkins, and your County Attorney, Craig Swain, at the end of the table there. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a 3-hour work session on this bill. We had 3 hours of public comment at the first night. We had 3 hours of debate on amendments last time, so I'm not going to prolong the debate on this bill at this moment. But what I do want to do is take a moment to acknowledge all the time and the effort that has gone into the bill thus far. I think each of the 7 of you have had conversations, in many cases multiple conversations, with some combination of Mr. Johnson, myself, or Mr. Barron over the past days, weeks, and months. And so I want everyone to know that we know this is hard on you. It's also taking up a lot of our time, but we believe it's worth it. We believe this is very important policy, and we urge the council to continue working on this bill tonight. The other thing I want to say is you haven't seen a lot of public comment in the last 2 weeks from the county executive on this bill, and quite frankly, that's because he's conflicted. I think the administration and the county executive in particular still feels that there are a lot of important things that this bill accomplishes, but he is disappointed that some of the things that were in the original legislation have been either amended out or weakened. But that being said, we know that's part of the legislative process, and we do want to value the things that are still in the amended bill as it is right now. However, we know at the appropriate time, the administration will be putting forth some amendments. We know there's some additional amendments from the council, and we are hopeful that with a little bit more work, we can get to a place where both the administration and the council are confident that this bill will put us in the right direction to preserve our forested areas in the county. So with that, happy to entertain any questions, or we'll get out of the way for the public comment, whichever the council prefers.
Just before we go to public comment, I want to do the same. Ms. Schuett has worked overtime to try and get some of these legal ramifications done. And I think there's been some consternation amongst the members of trying to figure out these legal terms. And again, we appreciate the administration going back and forth, but I just want to give her credit along with Joanne and the staff, because besides the phone calls coming in, getting the clarity on this language, I think what a lot of the public doesn't see, and why some of these amendments are coming forward about whether it's in a manual or it's in state law. Just so everybody's clear, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, you can cite state law, but state law refers sometimes to a manual that's not in state law. So some of these things have taken hours to try and find what occurs, and hopefully we clear up some of those things and items tonight. Again, the public doesn't see that, but it's important to realize the work that goes in. So again, we appreciate you all coming forward. Any initial comments, and then you're right, we want to get into hear from the public.
And Mr. Chairman, I would like to say you mentioned my name, and thank you very much, but I really think you meant Laura Corby.
Well, I meant staff, the whole staff, absolutely. Thank you. Councilman Boki. Okay. All right, well, let's go right into the public again. We do have amendments, so following the public hearing, we have additional amendments that provide clarifying pieces. Those won't be heard till later, but I'm going to call up the first, what do we have, 6 chairs? So let's go. And Angelica Bailey, Aaron Keel, Ben Alejandro, Jesse Iliff, Allison Prost, and I'm trying not to butcher this, but it looks like Yanni Hummel. If you all would come forward, please. Everyone have a chair, okay? Again, as I stated earlier, name, address, in 2 minutes. We have a lot of people to get through, so we want to make sure everybody gets their time and gets respected. Ms. Bailey, you have the floor. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Angelica Bailey on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association. We do recognize that the council and staff has been working very hard on this, and the amended version of this bill is a step forward towards a more balanced, informed approach, but there is still a lot of work to do before MBIA can be supportive. Divisive public rhetoric still promotes inaccurate data and misunderstandings about the development process itself, which you'll hear more about from our members tonight. And we can't lose sight of the effects this bill would have on existing homeowners, housing affordability, and the overall economic health of the county. Major changes should be based on smart growth, good data, and serious consideration of fiscal impacts and unintended consequences, and this is a major bill. We agree with the administration on one point: the hard work is worth it. If we're going to do it, we need to do it right. With all due respect, MBIA must remain opposed to this bill at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Keel. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. At the last county council meeting, this was heard. I want to congratulate the council on 2 very significant amendments that were passed at that time. Amendment 9, dealing with revising the conservation thresholds, and Amendment 10, dealing with revising the reforestation fees. Both those amendments were huge steps towards taking a fatally flawed piece of draft bill legislation and addressing 2 of the most important issues that would have major adverse consequences for the county. On the revised bill, the revised conservation table is shown on page 11. This revised approach to the conservation thresholds established a fair and equal approach to all landowners, fixing the conservation thresholds, and importantly, eliminating the acreage penalty, which, as it was written, would have been an overwhelming economic incentive to subdivide properties, taking large pieces of land and instead moving forward with small development. That's anti-smart growth. It's anti-intelligent design. The Amendment 10 dealt with revising the forest conservation fees. The current bill puts Anne Arundel County as one of the highest county jurisdictions for the cost of reforestation. And while that bill is high, it's in the realm of a feasible, doable amount that doesn't have adverse consequences on the forest mitigation banks, which is a priority of the county. And as it was written, I think that bill would have had major adverse consequences on putting banks forward. So in Anne Arundel County terms, there's going to be amendments to this bill proposed. There are a few more more change is needed. But I'd like to ask you to hold fast on Amendment 9. Stick with what you've got approved in the format you have. It's great, and the way you incorporate PFAs are very smart growth. And hold the line on Amendment 10 with the fees.
Thank you.
Please state your name and address.
Sure. I'm Aaron Keel. I live at 93 East Way in Severna Park.
Okay, just a reminder on behalf of the Madam Secretary, name, address, and then 2 minutes. Again, thank you. Ben Alejandro.
Hi, my name is Ben Alexandro. I live at 1681 Yorktown Court in Crofton, Maryland, and I'm here representing the Maryland League of Conservation Voters with over 3,000 members, many more voters. And this bill is a big priority to Maryland LCV. First, though, I just want to thank you all for focusing so much time and effort and really grappling with this very, very important issue. A special thank you to Councilmember Radvian, and also just special thanks to Councilmember Lacey, for your commitment to ethics through this process. And, you know, stepping down from your other position outside the council to avoid conflicts of interest or biases is really the model of good public servants that we see too rarely in our world today. So I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge that. So at this point for 6819, we're still in support of this, though we are disappointed with many of the weakening amendments. So it's still a good step in the right direction. With the limited time, I want to focus on just a few of them. We would still very much like to see something a little bit stronger on Amendment 9. I understand the framework, but to have those thresholds improved just a bit would be really, really important, because right now, though this bill as it is would slow the loss of forest, slow the bleeding, if you will, we're still going to be losing significant forests in this county going forward. Then the other ones, the amendments that we're concerned about are really in line with state law, though I do see that there's going to be some amendments coming out that I think may fix some any of these. So, you know, we're really concerned about Amendment 17 and having those partially covered areas and such. So I think that 26, would really fix this, so we ask you to support that, as well as please support 27 instead of 14, and please support 29 instead of Amendment 8. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Iliff. Jesse.
Good evening. My name is Jesse Iliff. I live at 104A Mead Drive in Annapolis. I'm here representing the Arundel Rivers Federation. I am passing in some written testimony that addresses some substantive and more technical aspects of our feelings on the amendments, but I also wanted to express, we are mindful of the fact that there's been a lot of work gone into this bill, and that some progress has been made, and that even if it's passed as it was on October 21st, it would be an improvement and a step in the right direction, but it's not a big enough step in our estimation. Included with my last testimony was a memorandum expressing the results of a poll at Arundel Rivers Commission showing that 81% of county residents supported the bill as it was introduced by the administration. The amendments passed on October 21st seriously diminish some of the protections in this bill, and it raises the question in my mind of why those amendments would have been passed with the support of a majority of the council. Some of the amendments introduced by the administration and others introduced by the council tonight are also positive steps in the right direction. Some of those introduced by the administration seem to be intended to correct what I also believe are unlawful amendments that were passed on October 21st. I recall Councilwoman Picard's comments that you, as a council, disagree with that assessment and are willing to take the risk of that review by DNR winding up diminishing those. But I wondered why the willingness to take risk is coming down in favor of seeing whether or not things are legal and not running the risk of braving the parade of horrors advanced by the development industry. I think that tonight's a good opportunity to show who you're listening to, whether it's the 4 out of 5 constituents that want the bill or the paid lobbyists who are advancing an agenda for their clients. Thank you.
Elsa Prost, thank you.
Hi, good evening. Allison Prose, Chesapeake Bay Foundation, 6 Herndon Avenue, Annapolis 21403. I'm also a resident at 205 McKendree Avenue in Annapolis. I'm here this evening on behalf of Chesapeake Bay Foundation and our 18,000 members in Anne Arundel County. We are very supportive of the time and energy put into 6819. To date on this, I've been working with forest conservation the last 3 or 4 years at the state and local level. I understand it is complicated. I learn something new every time I read the various statutes, so I can appreciate that. As you have heard and read from us, we do have concerns with the amendments adopted on the 28th, as some of them not meeting state minimum standards or adding uncertainty and complications when this is applied, so that there could be unintended consequences once we're kind of in the throes of how this works on the ground. You have an email with those amendment ideas. I am pleased as I sit and read the amendments that are going to be considered later this evening that many of these issues are potentially addressed should the council adopt those amendments. So again, that was a pleasant surprise upon reading the amendments this evening. We still are concerned about the grandfathering provision. We are worried that incomplete or partially developed ideas will be grandfathered between now and the law going into effect. So we'd like to, consider that more. We also want to read through the conservation threshold amendments, just to, that's a little bit more complicated to read on the fly. So we'll get back to you on our thoughts on that. And I just want to close with that this issue, water quality, climate change, our community health, mean that this is a step in the right direction, but we are by no means done, whether it be the FCA or the GDP forest. We're going to need some more work through this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Yanni Hummel, am I pronouncing? I'm sorry.
It's Lonnie.
Lonnie,
Hummel.
okay.
And I'm from Anne Arundel, Annapolis Roads, District 6.
Okay.
As a lifelong birder, I will focus my comments on Amendment 8. The number of birds in the U.S. and Canada has declined by 3 billion, 29% over the last 50 years, in part due to decreased habitat. This staggering loss is significant because birds perform important ecosystem services such as controlling pests, pollinating flowers, spreading seeds, and regenerating forests. These valuable creatures would be harmed by Amendment 8 of the current version of the Forest Conservation Bill. In a grab for more forest land to develop, Amendment 8 would weaken protections for our most ecologically valuable forests by amending the definition of forest interior dwelling species, or FIDS, habitat to require a currently undefined and unperformed documentation of breeding before areas are considered for protection. As a result, these areas would be removed from a protected status. In order to be consistent with the current understanding of FIDS habitat, Amendment 8 should be withdrawn entirely. At the very least, the portion of the amended definition that requires documented breeding areas in order to be considered for protection must be deleted. This is not a requirement that appears in any understanding anywhere of FIDS habitat. The bottom line is that the purpose of protecting FIDS habitat is the protection of the potential for that habitat to support birds and other wildlife that prefer those dwelling spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to this panel. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, Councilman Volke, you may have a question.
Thank you. We generally try not to ask questions of the panel, but I have some pretty educated people up here, so I do have questions for you all on some specific things. Ms. Prost, one of the things that I had heard about is the thresholds issue, and I know that's something that is important to Chesapeake Bay Foundation. You said you've done this for the past few years. Mm-hmm. To my understanding, no other jurisdiction has gone above the state minimums for thresholds. If we pass this bill, we'll actually be the first to do that. Am I correct in that?
Yes, we were going over that today. Each jurisdiction does a different combination of deterrent between thresholds, fee in lieu, mitigation, banking.
Sure.
So this would be the first county that would do forest protection through increased thresholds as opposed to one of those other mechanisms.
Gotcha. Thank you. And Mr. Iliff, you had mentioned the poll that was run by Opinion Works that the Severn River Foundation put out. I wanted to ask you on that. So I reviewed the crosstabs pretty extensively on your poll, and I agree with you that the way the questions were phrased, it does suggest that a large number of people would like to protect impact forest in the county, and I agree with that. But the one thing that I didn't see was there any discussion on what the actual impacts of the bill would be, or what the costs would be, and if you put the two next to each other and said it's going to cost this much to protect forest, I didn't see that question asked anywhere in there. I also didn't see if this is going to have this impact on your day-to-day life. This is what you would feel about the bill. So if I missed that, correct me, but I didn't see that in the poll.
No, for just point of clarity, it was the Arundel Rivers Federation.
I'm sorry. Yep.
But yeah, there was not a question that was specifying what impacts beyond forest protection could accrue from the poll, because we don't know that.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you. This panel, Smith, thank you all for coming. Appreciate it. We're going to call up the next 6 folks. And again, I'm trying not to butcher your names. I'm just reading it off the paper, doing the best that I can here. Kevin Haynes, Karen Watzik, Mary E. Ruines, it looks like, Ben Wexler, Melanie Hartwick Davis, and John Butler. Again, trying to do the best I can with the names as listed. But if you all would come forward, please. Should have 6 chairs here. And while you're getting settled, I want to thank the last panel for sticking with under the 2 minutes. Again, we have a lot of folks that need to testify, and I appreciate you showing respect and deference to them and wanting to move the meeting along. But Mr. Haynes, name, address, and 2 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Kevin Haynes, 303 Sycamore Road, Severna Park, Maryland. I am here tonight to discuss the data that has been at the center of the discussion on Bill 6819. As discussed during my previous testimony, the administration has made claims that the county has lost upwards of 350 acres of forest per year. This information was based on model projections from the EPA, not verifiable data. The most accurate data regarding forest loss due to development activities in the county is the data provided by Maryland DNR via annual forest conservation reports. This data is provided to DNR by the Office of Planning and Zoning. These reports, accounting for all allowable forms of mitigation, show that the county has lost an average of 205 acres of forest per year from 2010 to 2017. This includes both public and private projects. In the handout I have provided to you, I've included 2 examples of county projects that have cleared significant amounts of forest from 2010 to 2017. Again, these are only examples of possible public county projects. The DNR data shows that Anne Arundel County is not the leader in forest loss in the state. I've also included tables in the packet to show where Anne Arundel County ranks among the surrounding counties in forest loss per the DNR data. I would encourage you, when looking at this bill moving forward and thinking about the bill that, as it has been presented to you, that you understand the data, think about the data, think about what is the magnitude of the problem and how do we address that problem correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Watzik.
Yes,
Take your
hi.
name. The rest 2 minutes.
Yes. I was just waiting for the time. Karen Watzik, 2560 Lord Baltimore Drive. Over the course of this process, the public has been told that clearing is due to reckless private development. We are here to present facts to illustrate how this broad statement is misleading and serves to ignite emotions rather than to develop solutions that balance all priorities. A detailed analysis of the imagery is required to provide perspective and context for clearing. In an example project that we'll hand out to you, 39% of the clearing was related to private development. However, 61% of the clearing was related to public land with public benefits. Specifically, 11% was related to Board of Education ball fields. 44% of the clearing was related to stream restoration, which help improve water quality and meet the county TMDL requirements. 6% was related to a county treatment facility. This illustrates the following facts for this project, which is in the priority funding area and the parole growth management area. Clearing on public land accounted for the majority of the forest clearing relative to this example, and the forest clearing that did occur on private property was not a result of reckless development. To the contrary, this project converted a former junkyard into a thriving office park that accommodated the growth needed for state agencies. It improved water quality by implementing stormwater where none existed. It was a catalyst for the expansion to a park and ride and other public infrastructure, and it provided improvements on Board of Education property. We thank you for the opportunity to be a stakeholder in this process on this complex technical issue. Even as a professional engineer with a degree in environmental engineering, I have found it challenging to analyze the impacts of this legislation. We appreciate your thoughtful efforts and ability to digest the data while considering the long-term implications of this legislation in a relatively short time frame. And we urge you to continue to pursue legislation that balances the priorities.
Thank you. Is it Mary Russell? Did I get it right this time? I'm sorry. Thank you. Ms. Russell.
Thank you. I oppose this bill based on the fact that every one of your constituents that purchases in your district does not get a full copy of the conservation easements at the time of contract to read and review. And that's a very basic part of this bill. You need to know you have a conservation easement, and there is no requirement in the sales contract or anywhere in the law that they get a copy at the time of purchase of their conservation easement and get a chance to read it, understand it, and if you make any changes to your conservation easement, those fines will go to the next buyer. I am in the title business. I've been in it since 1985. Title insurance does not cover conservation easements. We never discuss it. When it should be discussed is at the time you purchase your property. And nobody, call any real estate agent you know, they do not understand what the conservation easements say because they have never seen them. And I think it's a priority of the council that all of the buyers in your districts get full copies of the conservation easements to read them, initial them, and understand that they don't necessarily get the right to buy them back. That's very important. Most real estate agents say, oh, you can buy back your conservation easement, because they do not know. That is not an area they are trained in, and those fines will go with the next buyer. So how you address that, I do not know, but this is a basic. You got to know you have a conservation easement so you don't touch it. And all you do right now is check a box, forest conservation easement, but there's never a copy given.
Thank you. Ms. Russell, could we get your address for the record?
Sure. It's 303 Emily's Lane, Severna Park, Maryland. And thank you all for the time that you've spent on this bill.
Appreciate it.
Especially Amanda.
For the next speakers, make sure name, address, and then your 2 minutes. We'll make sure that Ms. Klein does that. Mr. Wexler, good to see you. How you doing?
Very well.
You have the floor, sir.
Chairman?
Yes.
Ben Wexler. I am with Linnos and Blocker here in Annapolis, here on behalf of Boone's Estate MHC and Atman Real Estate Company. Address is 1 Park Place, Suite 585, Annapolis 21401. Wanted to speak briefly on 2 relatively technical issues, one with regard to Amendment Number 3, which was the grandfathering provision that you considered last time. That language as drafted indicates that projects that have an application for approval of sketch plan, final plan, or infrastructure construction will be grandfathered under the old version of the law. I think it would be appropriate to clarify that if, for instance, an applicant comes in for special exception approval, that grandfathering applies not only to the special exception approval, but then to the preliminary or sketch plan approval after that and all subsequent approval sought following that. I don't think the language is perfectly clear on that. Second, would ask that the council consider very carefully affordable housing issues, particularly with regard to mobile home communities. The majority of the mobile home communities in the county right now are well outside of priority funding areas, and the more beneficial conservation thresholds allowed in priority funding areas would not apply for these mobile home parks. And to the extent that a mobile home park provider sought to expand on property they own, particularly property that has forested areas, it makes it exceedingly difficult to do, just given the expense. And it really is contrary to both smart growth as well as affordable housing efforts to develop affordable housing stock. I think that if the language were amended to include mobile home parks and to be treated the same way that other priority funding areas would. It would go a long way to addressing affordable housing needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hartwick Davis. Thank you.
Thank you, Council and Chair. Melanie Hartwig Davis, 501 Bayview Point Drive. I'm here as an at-large member of the CAC for the GDP, representing the environment, through my role as a board member on the Maryland League of Conservation Voters and as an activist architect. I appreciate, too, the time you've put into this critical and complex issue that significantly impacts the future health of our communities. But it seems you're only half getting it. In fact, right now, I'd give you a C. You're straddling the line, making some improvements to our existing law, but just don't have the confidence in yourself or our citizens nor the industry to drive your efforts up to that A. Fast forward 20 years, envision Anne Arundel County with even more flooding, hot and impervious, more traffic, more chronic health issues. I dare say you will look back and regret not taking this opportunity to push yourselves and the industry further. Good design matters. Now is the time to focus on innovation and opportunity that will launch our county on the path to the future we truly want to see in 20 years and beyond. I recently listened to a podcast about transportation. They described communities with public transit via rooftop. Yes, they envision people being delivered from one place or rooftop to another in a vehicle that is a cross between a drone and a helicopter. We must think outside of our comfort zone and be innovative. Enacting an effective forest conservation bill is not going to irreparably damage our economy, but not enacting one will. Our health and our properties will be at greater risk. One thing innovation has not figured out is how to make a tree grow fast enough to replace a forest in our lifetimes. So I implore you to have faith in innovation and site design that matters. Faith in each and every citizen who has passionately expressed that they support the strongest forest conservation bill possible. And overall, faith that the planners, engineers, and design professionals will step up and create the vision for Anne Arundel County that we want. Thank you.
Mr. Butler.
John Butler, 407 3rd Street in Annapolis. I want to talk about fairness. During the discussion of the amendment on grandfathering, Councilman Volke raised the issue of fairness. I feel that the original bill is a fair application of the grandfathering provision. The reason for the amendment, as provided by Councilwoman Hare, was concerned that the wording in the original bill could constitute a taking or partial taking and leave the council in legal jeopardy. County Attorney Swain addressed that concern directly, stating that neither form of the grandfathering creates a risk for a taking. Maryland is a late vesting state. Case law supports that changes to zoning can be allowed at any time in the review process as long as construction has not begun. In other words, grandfathering can be moved a lot further forward into a project timeline than was in the original bill. Therefore, there is no legal basis for making a change from the original grandfathering to the amended grandfathering. So, we are back to the question of fairness. The amended version of grandfathering lets developers make a minimal investment of effort to get their foot in the door, and then be allowed to proceed under the existing FCA rules. I submit to you that this is not fair to the residents of Anne Arundel County who have been asking you to protect the remaining forest in the county. The amended grandfathering will let an uncertain number of development projects go forward under the existing FCA rules, some of which may only be an idea in someone's head sitting right here today. One last comment. Read Maryland Natural Resources Code 5-1610. If the county collects a fee in lieu now from any projects operating under the existing FCA rules, it is likely that the county will be required to spend money from the general fund to supplement the fees collected. This is because the fee in lieu is likely not high enough to be able to do the necessary mitigation. The result is that the county would be subsidizing the clearing of forest by a developer. This is not fair to the residents of Anne Arundel County.
Thank you for your time. Right on time. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, we have a question, Ms. Fiedler.
Yes, I just want to make a comment. Ms. Russell, I just want to thank you for welcoming me into your home and letting me see your very unique situation with the Christmas tree farm in your backyard. I know you testified on it the last time you were here. I appreciate you giving me a firsthand view of how that plays out in someone's backyard. So, thank you.
Thank you, but I really think your constituents really need, all of your buyers in your districts need to know they have conservation easements.
And I'm working on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right, this panel's dismissed. Thank you all. Appreciate it. We'll move on to the next group. Sarah Newble, Chris Gray, Jim Lyons, Frederick, it's like Robbins, Nora Torres, and Susan Cochran. Madam Secretary, point of order, 16 looks it has 2 people, so sure.
Yeah, that was.
It's just one person? Okay, I just want to make sure, we want to hear from everybody, we always do, so thank you, sir. We'll wait till everyone's sitting down. Name, address in 2 minutes, so we'll start with Sarah Newble. You will begin. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Sarah Niebel, with the Executive Director of Scenic Rivers Land Trust at 177 Admiral Cochrane Drive. We're a nonprofit whose mission is to protect the natural and scenic lands of this county, mainly using conservation easements. This, of course, includes protecting forests. We are excited about the introduction of Bill 6819, and we thank you for all your hard work on this bill. We are a little less excited with the first round of amendments that diluted the strength of the bill, but despite these amendments, we're still in support of it. One of the most disappointing amendments from October 21st was the amendment number 7, which removed the protections for county greenways. Such connected and intact habitats are vital for wildlife to be able to move throughout their range, find food, and survive. Greenways are where we, as an organization, focus most of our attention because of this fact. Very few of these critical forest corridors are left in the county. Despite the county declaring that these greenways are a priority for protection for more than a decade, they've been consistently destroyed by development one parcel at a time. Reconnection of these greenways is all but impossible once buildings have fractured these forested areas. If the most important existing forests are not protected in a forest conservation bill, it certainly is a negative indication of the County Council's priorities. If you do not protect them in this bill, then we ask that you do so in the upcoming General Development Plan. Along with written testimony, I'd also like to include an article we wrote about the important role of conservation easements and how they can work to help mitigate cleared trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Gray.
Good evening, council members. I'm Chris Gray, 510 Bayview Point Drive in Edgewater. I too applaud you for the hard work you've been doing on slogging through this bill. It's not over yet, I hope, and I'm one of those, of course, who hopes that you will re-strengthen the current amendments to get back closer to the original bill. I'm an architect of 43 years in practice. Done hundreds of projects in the metro area, many of them LEED Gold level. I think when I look back on my career, I can see a lot of challenges in terms of meeting codes and rules and regulations, but I think there are ways to maximize those and to get around, get through issues and creatively and innovatively design and address what might look like challenging and difficult code requirements. I don't buy that the development community can't creatively work with the bill as it was originally proposed. It might take some additional effort and some perhaps a greater investment, but I think it doesn't stop them in their tracks. It simply challenges them to do better. The one last thing I'd like to ask is that I'm hoping one of your amendments is to not exclude, or at least to compromise in terms of not excluding institutional and public school structures. We've got to practice what we preach. And I think, as you've seen, these kids are in fact picking up the ball from us because we're not carrying it. And if their school that they're learning in isn't itself a good example of what this legislation is for, and we're going to have a double standard of asking the private landowner to meet requirements and not our own institutional and public schools. Put those back in there. It can be done, and it should. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lyons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Jim Lyons. I live at 1403 East Central Avenue in Edgewater on the Mayo Peninsula. I've worked for many years in the Congress, and I worked for 2 presidents. In fact, I think Chairman Pruski and I might have crossed paths with a former employer. I understand the importance of collaboration and compromise in the legislative process, but I have to say, with regard to this bill, I'm concerned that in a number of instances, the product of collaboration produced something that looks a bit more like capitulation. I'm particularly concerned about the following provisions. With regard to greenways, to echo the comments of my colleague, greenways provide essential connectivity and add to property values and hold the potential to link communities through trails and bike lanes. They must be included in a county forest conservation strategy. I understand that they weren't included by conversation among council members because analysis of the previous maps indicated a great deal had been developed. Well, that's because despite the council's direction going back actually 2 decades, previous administrations took no action to try to protect those greenways, and that needs to be corrected. If greenways are not included, then I consider ask you to consider review projects in currently designated greenways to ensure they will not disrupt large intact forests or sever the connection between important forest areas as an initial project screening to protect options until the final GDP is completed. Second concern I have is with regard to development of PFAs. Council amendments to the bill approved 2 weeks ago encourage development in the PFAs, and that's going to weaken a problem there. I'd suggest that, in fact, PFAs are not the place we want to develop, particularly because so many are in peninsula areas, and those areas need to be protected. Finally, I do support the notion of 100 acres as a minimum to be protected, and don't think that a biological standard needs to be applied to achieve that. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Frederick Robbins. Yep.
Hi. My name is Frederick Robbins, 7414 Race Road, Hanover, Maryland. While I am here to speak on the Bill 6819, I came from a perspective of the impacts of what we've seen, particularly for Race Road, Orchard Road, Faulkner, Forest Avenue, along 103. While I understand the boom of growth in the county due to BRAC and other economic opportunities that have been granted, I also see the impact, the personal impact and the long financial impacts on the county and the area as well. As someone stated earlier, this is a first step, but it cannot be the first step in a 1 to 2 year process because we are seeing the impacts as we speak and right now today. First of all, I would like to thank Congresswoman Lacey for coming to our area and seeing some of those impacts firsthand. The impacts that I talk about as far as personal impacts are the damage of new construction, for example, resulting in flooding of longstanding homes of family members that have been living in the same home for generations due to new construction, particularly along 103. The property undergoing advanced erosion due to rerouting of water in standing ponds that no longer exist due to new construction, and those homes are being damaged. Concerns and in some cases exodus of members from communities due to the impact of new construction or possible construction in their water tables, and the fact that issues raised by concerned community members identified errors in new construction and developers' plans. Along with this, to the county, we can see how the cost...
Finish your sentence. You were in the middle. Go ahead.
That in the future, costs to the county due to road deterioration, due to weather, emergency and civil services on county roads due to the erosion.
Thank you. Nora Terez. Thank you, sir.
Hello. I'm Nora Terrace, a resident of Davidsonville at 727 Shiloh Court. I'm a watershed steward and a longtime South County resident where we value, as everyone in the county does, our forests. And I testified in support of the conservation bill several weeks ago, but I've returned because I'm concerned that the amendments have weakened the bill so that it's no longer going to do enough to preserve old-growth forest canopy in our county, which allows county residents to benefit from the ecological and environmental services these forests provide. The county spends large amounts of money to repair the damage from stormwater and other issues, and this is already done. It will have to spend more to do that if they destroy forests which are already providing these services at this point. I defer to the people who've spoken before me on some of the specifics. I see that some of the amendments have addressed some of the issues that people have talked about, but I certainly hope that the contiguous areas of forest can be preserved in the county, because once they're gone, it's too late. And as people have said, they're not going to regrow in our lifetime. We're not going to have new forests in our lifetime, and the environmental damage is ongoing and is tragic at this point, and we're all trying to do our best. And I understand there's other needs to balance, and I look forward to seeing what you come out with on this. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Ms. Conklin.
I'm Susan Cochran, 332 Hamlet Circle, Edgewater, Maryland, and I'm speaking for the League of Women Voters of Maryland, Anne Arundel County. What kind of environment in Anne Arundel County do we want for our children and grandchildren? That's the question I ask. We want clean air and water, less destructive stormwater runoff, more cooling and sufficient rain, habitat for plants and animals. Now, through careful planning that includes conserving trees and forest land, we can make progress to this kind of environment. The Forest Conservation Bill submitted on October 1st aimed for that progress. Please strengthen this bill by reconsidering the amendments passed on October 21st. To name a few measures, raise the thresholds for conservation, provide improved protection for FIDs by going back to the 50-acre minimum and dropping the requirement that the area be a documented breeding area. Tighten up the exemption to confine it to priority funding areas. Return essentially to the original grandfathering requirement and raise the fee in lieu to make a real market for a tree bank. Protect the greenways. Make this bill something that makes a really big difference for our future in Anne Arundel County. And we thank you for your continued diligent work on this bill.
Thank you. We have a question for somebody in the panel. Councilwoman Hare.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lyons, I just wanted to, you touched briefly on the whole PFAs issue with respect to peninsulas specifically. Do I understand that what you're looking for is a way to differentiate priority funding areas that may exist on peninsulas versus priority funding areas that are not on peninsulas?
Yes, that's precisely correct. The problem is that the bill would reduce the reforestation requirement in PFAs, but in fact, many peninsulas have PFAs. And in fact, Mayo, our peninsula, had designated PFAs many years ago in an effort to secure additional funding to put in place the sewer systems that finally were, in fact, put in place. But the fact that these reduced reforestation requirements would be in place in PFAs on peninsulas would promote development precisely in the places where development, I think, would be destructive to water quality and other considerations.
So let me just, so the
Sure.
bill increases the thresholds in PFAs. It just doesn't increase them quite as much as it does in outside the PFAs. So if I understand you correctly, you're looking for an amendment somehow that would treat peninsula PFAs
at a minimum
on par with
at a minimum on
non-PFAs.
par with the reforestation requirements outside.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Volke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to touch on that point again because I represent multiple peninsulas in my district. The intention of what the council did, at least from my perspective, was never to incentivize more growth on the peninsulas. That's obviously the antithesis of what we're trying to do here. We have too many problems on the peninsulas already. Frankly, Mountain Road in my district is a constant problem.
I know it well.
Yeah, it's one way in, one way out. And so that was never the intention. And I appreciate you coming here and I appreciate you raising that point because I think it's important for us to hear this. One of the things I would note is this is why I think a number of us on the council have for now 2 months been saying, good grief, I wish we had had a work group on this. I wish we could have talked these issues through in the beginning, as opposed to being on this, we kind of look at it as a shot clock of 95 days, and either we've got to pass this thing or fix the problems or figure out where everybody stands in this very accelerated timeline, and frankly, in a very heated environment. So I appreciate everyone coming out and saying how much you appreciate the work we're doing. We further appreciate your advocacy, telling us when we're getting things right, wrong, where we might need to tweak it. But again, this is why I have been asking for months, can we have a work group on this? Because these types of considerations, exactly what you're saying, the unintended consequence of then having a different threshold in a PFA versus outside, and then how that impacts peninsulas, obviously an intention that I never meant to do, and I don't think others on the council did either. So again, I appreciate you coming out and sharing that because it's helpful to us, but I think that this all just gets to the point of, this is a massive bill. I mean, this has so many facets and gears and levers and things to turn. And I also wanted to mention, Ms. Niebel, am I getting that right? You had talked about the protections for that could come through the GDP as well for greenways, and you're exactly right. This is not our one crack at this. We will certainly have an opportunity to do it again, and we see how that all plays out. And we're all looking, at least I'm looking forward to it. I can't speak for my colleagues, but we certainly see these issues, and we recognize that this is a part of the solution, but there are other facets to it as well. So thank you.
Thank you, this panel. Appreciate you all. Moving along, Paul Christensen, Brooke Schandelmeyer, Priscilla Kenya, Ms. Marcia Perry, and Ms. Janet Holbrook. Will you come forward, please? Again, as everyone getting seated, I want to thank everybody for sticking with the time so we can allow everyone to speak. Okay. Mr. Christensen, your name, address, and 2 minutes.
My name is Paul Christensen. I live near a large contiguous forest in Tracy's Landing, and I'm on the board of Growth Action Network. I want to draw your attention tonight to the fact that these large forests are particularly sensitive to development, and they need special protection. Development fragmency systems, and it's just like dropping a bomb in them to drop development in them. And the problem here is that as the pieces get smaller, there's problems with supporting certain kinds of birds and animals and things like that need a certain large area for breeding and to survive. So we have a problem here. As amended, Bill 6819 provides marginal protection of forests, but the prime forests are still at risk. We've taken out the greenways from the priority retention areas, and right now these large forest areas are only protected as FIDS habitat. Now the problem with that is that the FIDS habitats are defined by documentation of breeding areas. So documentation is a big problem. It's a big project, and most of these areas are not documented. So as a result, we have really basically nothing protecting these large forest segments. The critical area gets around this, critical area law gets around this by talking about potential FIDS habitat, and I think that's the way we need to go. So basically what I'm suggesting is we change the wording in that amendment, I believe is Amendment 8, to talk about potential FIDS habitat and not documented breeding area of FIDS. And I think that would be a very big step in the right direction.
Thank you. Just under the bell. I appreciate it. Mr. Schandelmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I want to thank you for all the hard work that you put into this bill, especially Councilwoman Rodvian and Councilwoman Lacey. While I'm disappointed in the amendments that have weakened this bill, especially the payment in lieu, the opposite and the biggest opponent of good is perfect. So this is much better than the current program, and I urge you guys to support it and continue to protect the old growth forests that we have in this county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I apologize. Brooke Schandelmeyer, Stone Creek Road, Annapolis, Maryland.
Thank you. Priscilla Kenya.
Hi there. Last time I brought you a lot of facts. This time I'm just bringing emotion. So, I brought with me, I'm Priscilla Cania, 635 Andrew Hill Road in Arnold. And I brought with me tonight a 2.5 billion-year-old rock. Billion. I thought it was interesting. The planet Earth is amazingly resilient. There have been several ice ages where the Earth has survived. The Earth has never been as hot as it is today, and it's getting hotter. Your actions today won't save the world, but every action you take and every action I take and every action we all take together will either have a negative or a positive impact. The planet will survive, but will the human race? I mean, that's really the question we're asking today. Please take the actions today to reverse your decision on several of these amendments. One is to reverse the grandfathering in of developers who don't have specific plans. I can just see some pretty rough sketches coming in and just being under the line to be able to create a lot of destruction. And please take action to follow County Executive Pittman's request for significant penalties. Money is the driver for the developers. They need real penalties. Many of you had environmental initiatives in your campaign promises, and I ask that you take action today to live up to those promises. As my shirt says, where there's a will, there's a way. And, old trees clean the air and help to cool the climate, which is going to help to lower the temperature in the world. So please save our old trees.
Thank you. I just saw a shirt that said, "Where there's a will, I want to be in it." So I thought that was. I thought I had to share that. I'm sorry, but.
That's what my kids say.
Absolutely. Sorry, Miss Perry.
No, Marcia Perry from Edgerton Place in Crofton, Maryland. And Mr. Chairman, if you pass this fixed, then you might well get in my will.
That's fair.
And it certainly does need to be fixed. You've heard enough about that. And my Councilman here, my prayer tonight was that that's exactly what will happen with this bill. You'll fix it, and it'll get passed much closer to what it was when it was introduced. Because this bill does have enormous popularity in the county. And those of us in West County are reminded of, God, we wish it had been there. If you drive south on Route 3 near Crofton, the Riverwalk development, destruction of acres and acres of trees along our scenic Patuxent River. Forget who donated your campaign, whether it was Jane and Joe Doe or whether it was Bob the Builder or Dan the Developer. Just don't care about them. Just do what's right, and then you'll be in elected office as long as you want. Because when you do what the people wants, that's, you can stay in office. I represented District 33 in the legislature for the 80s and 90s, and I was a co-sponsor of the statewide bill. And I wore my tree hugger badge proudly, and I was ridiculed and laughed at and said, "Oh, she's one of those tree hugging ladies that wears sensible shoes." So yeah, I have changed my shoes, but not my attitude about preservation and conservation of this, described in the original bill. As I say, it was amended in a way many have discussed earlier tonight. But all of those who opposed my work in the 90s, their prophecies of economic gloom and chaos just didn't happen. So enact this bill, fix it first, of course, and then enact it. And I, too, applaud your courage. It's not easy to legislate. I speak from experience. I know it too well. So thank you for your service.
Thank you, Ms. Perry, and thank you for your service. We appreciate it. Ms. Holbrook?
Janet Holbrook, 910 North Forest Trail, Crownsville, Maryland, a member of the Harold Harbor Citizens Association, the Generals Highway Council of Civic Association, and WISE. Thank you for having this hearing tonight. Allison Prost of the Chesapeake Bay Foundation's article in today's Capital summarized well the cumulative negative impact of the amendments adopted by the Council in October. The main argument from developers is that the loss of their profit will cause an economic crisis, yet they present no data, and as was just mentioned, they told us the same thing in the 1990s when a strong conservation bill was passed statewide. The main argument for many of us who support the bill is that the loss of forests and wooded areas add to the existing climate crisis. The county needs to work with developers to incentivize and direct building to redevelopment of our county where there are existing roads, public utilities, storm sewers, and paved parking lots. The developers need to step up to this opportunity. They need to innovate and take the opportunity and the responsibility to add to the quality of life in Anne Arundel County and not detract from it. Finally, I would like to quote Margaret Wheatley, an American writer. There is no power for change greater than a community discovering what it cares about. Your constituents have let you know what we care about. Please pass the Forest Conservation Bill as it was first proposed or stronger, and delay is not an option. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holbrook, and thank you to this panel. Appreciate you all coming out. That is all that I have for the sign-up. Now we're going to open it up to anyone who did not sign up on the sign-up sheet and wish to speak. Please come forward at this time. We have 6 seats. Yep. Madam Secretary will be passing along a sheet for your name and address if you'd fill that in. Okay, that's fine. Yep. So, Mr. Bradley, once you take a seat, we'll work our way down because he has the sign-in sheet, and then you can sign in the end. So whenever you're ready, name, address in 2 minutes. Thank you, sir.
You want me to start, or?
Yes. You're up first. Absolutely.
My name is Earl Bradley. I'm chair of the Anne Arundel group of the Sarah Club, which has over 1,400 members in the county. I'm here tonight to ask you, several of the amendments I see that you're proposing tonight address my major concerns. Of particular importance is Amendment 29, which would include FIDS habitat or potential FIDS habitat as a priority protected area. I think that that's really critical, and I think that would address my concern and be consistent with the way the Department of Natural Resources views FIDS habitat and has mapped in that regard, so I particularly appreciate that. My other amendment is I really appreciate the time and effort the administration and the council has put in on this legislation. I would urge you to make this night the last night that this amendment so it can be passed in final form at your next meeting, so we make sure we don't miss the deadline for passage of the legislation. I think it's not perfect. I don't think we'll know all the consequences until it's adopted, but I think it's a great start, and if there's unintended consequences, they can be addressed in future bills. But in my view, it's time to take action tonight on the amendments tonight, which I think address several of the concerns of the environmental community. And let's put this bill to bed and see what the impact of it is. We're going to lose too many trees otherwise.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. Yes, thank you.
I'm Mike Labasco, 2343 Cross Lanes Way, Odenton. I'm an environmental consultant in the county. I'm also a qualified forestry professional that has evaluated thousands of specimen trees during my career. I am opposed to amendment number 27, which proposes to strike the phrase "in fair or better condition" from line 38 on page 6. As you know, specimen trees are generally considered those trees greater than or equal to 30 inches in diameter. Striking this phrase will now allow specimen trees in poor condition to be considered a priority retention area. As a result, trees in poor condition would be afforded the same protection as trees in fair or better condition and would require them to be saved. You need to understand that once a specimen tree reaches poor condition, there's generally no turning back. The tree will continue on a downward spiral until it dies. For this reason alone, it makes no sense to design a plan or a site plan around a tree that's in declining health and on its way to dying. Furthermore, trees in poor condition are oftentimes considered hazard trees. They could fall over at any time or drop a large limb. I'm asking for a common sense approach here when developing site plans. Please do not pass Amendment 27. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Lisa Bender, and I live at 712 Shore Road in Severna Park. I've lived here my whole life, and I have seen many changes occur as Anne Arundel County grew. I do understand that growth is inevitable, but I also believe that it must be balanced to the visionary needs of the future and the realities of the present. It doesn't take an expert to look at the county in overviews to see that there have been dramatic changes to the landscapes of Anne Arundel County. There's been enormous amount of tree and forest clearing, a tremendous amount of impervious surface installed, and the polluting and destruction of the environment as land is developed without respect for consequences. In reviewing the testimony from October, it seems that the comments fall into two categories. The people campaigning for the land, waters, and environmental future of Anne Arundel County, and the people seemingly most concerned about the cost of developing and their profit margins. The main argument from developers has been that sustainable development is too costly and will cause a crisis. The supporters of forest conservation argue that the clear cutting of the land and the loss of the forest is the crisis. The people of Anne Arundel County and the environment should not be responsible for the true cost of extended costs of development and the cost to repair the destruction. Please re-strengthen this bill to truly protect the future of Anne Arundel County.
Thank you. Sir, name and address in 2 minutes.
Britt Griswold, 823 Holly Drive East, Annapolis, Maryland, 21409. I have to say that what you've got currently is turned into weak tea. Until developers are deterred from large development in forested areas and see redevelopment as a preferred direction, you will have failed. There are poison pills in some of the amendments that were passed, and so you need to look at those very carefully and listen to the people who are telling you about them. The proven breeding areas is really one of them. That is really bad. Greenways are very important, and anything that does not protect those is bad. The developers are giving you their selected examples of what they think will impress you. So again, be cautious. Your grandfathering has turned into something that is overgenerous and is not required by law and should be tightened back up. And the penalties for clearing should be increased beyond what you have set them at. Whether they go as high as the county administration wants, I can see not wanting to do that, but they should be higher than you are setting them now. So please continue the hard effort working through this process, and I hope we get something that we can all support in some fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Name, address in 2 minutes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Tom Marston. I live at 986 Nabbs Creek Road, Glen Burnie. I support your efforts in Council to bring balance to this bill. I ask that you consider a means to minimize or eliminate fees when builder-developer partnership install measures that reduce or eliminate the carbon footprint of the development and effectively manage stormwater. If trees absorb carbon and the property emits no new carbon, the trees are needed only for managing rainfall. Rain gardens and conservation landscapes that support pollinators can manage the rainfall just as well and, if not better, than and aid butterflies. Consider some of the most recent installations along Marley Station Boulevard, Tanyard Cove, Tanyard Woods. Walking these outfalls, the flow to Marley Creek shows excellent example of healthy streams because these developments include effective stormwater management systems that held extreme rains that fell in 16 and 18 as they flowed off the property. I believe that you may find support with County Executive's Office for the trade-off approach for two reasons. Green incentives already exist in county law, allowing homeowners to reduce county property tax when they demonstrate compliance with minimum silver score or national green building standard. Mr. Trumbauer stated in October 7 testimony that he installed solar panels on his house and removed trees on his property that shaded his roof. I stand ready to assist council with developing a means for determining benefit to the environment for building new communities that strive for zero carbon footprint and integrate with the tree canopy of the community to manage and deliver clean water to the tributaries of the bay.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Volke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question, Mr. Bradley. I just wanted to verify. I'd gotten quite a few emails from Sierra Club members about, it was Amendment 29, about the FIDS habitats and taking that to 50 acres as opposed to the 100 that we have in the bill currently. The amendment that you testified in support of only takes these FIDS habitats to 75, not to 50. I just want to confirm that the Sierra Club is in favor of that.
We will accept it.
Okay. All right, that's fair. Thank you.
We recognize compounding someone made, but I think, particularly in Amendment 29, we think it's good that you include both potential and as well as just
and taking out the documentation piece of it. Yeah.
So if you pass 29, I'll be very happy.
And Mr. Marston, so you and I have emailed about this particular issue that you've talked about, and I actually looked at doing an amendment along the lines of what you suggested. I did want to ask you, because in discussing with the administration that particular amendment, they noted a number of other things that trees do in addition to the two that you highlighted to me, which are rainwater and then carbon emissions, or I should say carbon collection, basically. Sequestration. Yeah, sequestration, that's the right word, thank you. They also noted carbon monoxide removal, nitrogen dioxide removal, sulfur dioxide removal, ozone removal, large particulate removal, small particulate removal, carbon sequestration, groundwater recharge, both of which you've noted, nitrogen uptake, stormwater mitigation, surface water protection, and wildlife habitat and biodiversity. So I'm just curious, because I was very much in favor of this idea that you had, that if someone could come in and they could effectively say, I'm going to do everything trees do and more, why would that not make sense to give them an opportunity to do that? However, can all these things be addressed by current technology? That's kind of my question, because the administration was telling me that there is no technology at this time that can do all of these different things that trees do. So you're the professional in this, and that's why I'm asking you.
A few of those are eliminated when you remove natural gas burning, but no, trees are very beneficial to the environment to get the entire package of what you want.
Got you. So then how would we go about giving this sort of, if you can offset your carbon footprint, you don't have to do certain other things over here?
If you introduced a community that was zero footprint, zero carbon footprint, perhaps all the vehicles are now electric vehicles and charged off the roofs or off the community center. So we're not burning gasoline. So many of those things you just stated are in the process of burning gasoline produced.
I'll say this with no disrespect to you, it just seems to me like maybe the technology isn't quite to that idea yet. I'm not saying it's not the right idea, but that was what I was trying to figure out is, can the technology even do what we want it to do in this situation? So I don't know. We can keep talking on that, but and I owe you a telephone call, by the way, because you asked me to call you, and I haven't had a chance yet. But I did reach out to them on that to try to see if there was an answer. So we'll keep talking. Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Fiedler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to frantically find the original form of the bill because I do want to address Mr. Griswold's comment on the fee for clearing in violation. I believe in our previous amendment, we did not adjust what the county executive's office had introduced originally as the fee for clearing at $3 per square foot. So I just wanted to clarify that.
I heard that.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you. This panel's dismissed. Seeing no other movement in the crowd, the public hearing on 6819 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read it. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Johnson. All right, guys, this is the last call. Again, if there anybody else, because we do have a numerous number of amendments. Thank you, Ms. Bradley. Ms. Johnson, you may proceed.
Julie Johnson, P.O. Box 6634, Annapolis, Maryland. It is so hard to know what to tell you that's so terribly important. Somebody asked me, well, you talk about how trees will, prevent flooding. If you get a certain number of inches of rain, it's going to flood. And well, the answer is, well, that isn't exactly quite the way it works. Trees have lots of leaves. The surface areas of those leaves amount to a large area, a huge area. So just to get them wet enough to drip to the layer of leaves below them takes a lot of water. And then, so as the rain pours down on a tree, you have this trickle. It also slows down the rate of the rainfall, so that when it does hit the ground, it doesn't bounce and slam down and cause dust or soil particles to be loosened. You also have the dead leaves on the ground if you leave some of them there. And it takes a lot of water to moisten these leaves that have fallen on the ground. So those dead leaves absorb the water, slow down its movement, and that facilitates the decomposition of the leaves and the creation of additional soil. And as you go down the hillside, if you preserve the leaves at the bottom, we call it leaf litter. At the bottom, you have this, sometimes I've played in 3-foot deep leaf litter at the bottom of a ravine, and it's just teeming with all kinds of wildlife. You're creating new soil, and it's a fabulous sponge. This does not cause sediment to wash, or it prevents the washing of the sediment into the water. And I could go on and on about that. But I want to tell you that the Romans decided they wanted to build a lot of big military vessels. They chopped down a lot of trees, and they changed the climate from being a wonderful wooded area to being a very arid area. Spain did the same thing. And it has a lot of arid areas.
Yes, Pat Lynch, 1648 Homewood Road, Annapolis, Maryland. There are several members of the Citizens Advisory Committee, the CAC, here tonight, and Melanie spoke earlier. I've heard 3 times tonight, some of the speakers have said this can be handled in the GDP. And we all know, certainly you do, many people in the audience do. The GDP is a guideline. It is not a substitute for legal action. It's a guideline, and we're always reminded of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not going to accept anybody else's. We've had 3 times now recall people forward. Public hearing on Public 6819 is amendments now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 6819 as amended.
Bill number 6819, an ordinance concerning subdivision and development, forest conservation.
Okay, we have amendments. I ask that people be patient. I know folks are coming up from the administration.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
As the panel assembles, I'll just make a commitment that we know there's lots to get done, and we gathered up in the back and all agreed that we will be as concise and effective as possible in answering your questions, and we're sure that the council is going to abide by that as well.
Thank you. We'll hold you to it. First of all, any other initial discussion for amendments? Seeing none. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 26.
Amendment number 26. This amendment comports county code to be consistent with Section 5-1603 of the Natural Resources Article of the State Code regarding an exception for previously developed areas covered by impervious surface and located in priority funding areas at the time of the application for subdivision plan grading or sediment control permit approval.
Now that Madam Secretary is out of breath, is there anybody that'd like to give a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, this is request of the county executive through me. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we, after the last meeting, we had asked County Attorney Mr. Swain, and I believe Councilwoman Rodvian asked a similar, if not identical, question regarding several amendments that were passed and how they comported with state code. We got a memo back, and again, I believe the council got a similar, if not identical, memo back that identified several areas in the bill that County Attorney Swain did not believe would comport with state COMAR. So this is the first of two amendments we'll be bringing forward that we view as corrective to bring this amended bill back into compliance with the state code. And with that, we'll take any specific
Councilwoman Hare.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe I missed it. I don't have such a memorandum, as far as I'm aware. Does anyone else have a legal memorandum from Mr. Swain?
I have a memorandum, and I'm sorry if it was my responsibility to share it, that I didn't understand was my responsibility. I don't know what to say.
Could I get a
Mr.
copy
Swain
of
could
that?
give you the highlights.
Okay. Thank you.
So I'm guessing he has it in front of him?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
The question was about three specific amendments. That was original amendment number 4, original amendment number 14, and also original amendment number 17. So this current amendment number 26 addresses the change from original amendment number 17. In section 5-1603 of the state code of the Natural Resources Article, there is authorization for a local forest conservation program to waive the requirements of this subtitle under certain conditions, and that condition was previously developed areas covered by impervious surface and located in priority funding areas at the time of application. Amendment number 17 had revised that language, which was in the original bill, and added a qualifier of primarily covered rather than covered, which is what the statute requires. So our conclusion was, based on amendment number 17, the amended bill did not comply with state law because it was less strict than state law, and state law requires local forest conservation programs to be as strict or stricter than the state requirements. So it was our opinion that the amended bill based on amendment number 17 did not comply with state law.
Okay, so two questions, and this is maybe getting into an amendment that I know is coming a little bit later, but there's a discussion later on about sort of a stringency review by the state.
Correct.
Has the state actually weighed in on this and whether or not it would be okay by them?
Well, the state has looked at the original bill, and they've also been sent the amended bill. We've not heard back from them on the amended bill. Ultimately, once the bill is passed, the state will conduct a review, and then they will weigh in on whether they feel the bill in its entirety or in any part of it is as strict or stricter than state law. And that's the amendment I think you're referring to down, one of the other amendments we're going to talk to.
So the reason I ask, because this amendment number 26 has the "and located in priority funding areas." The way I'm envisioning this, if I'm thinking about an area in District 7 not in the priority funding area, and there are two side-by-side parcels, and one is wooded, and one is 75% impervious surface, I would rather see a redevelopment on the parcel that's 75% impervious surface already than the wooded parcel. But if we adopt this amendment, those two parcels are treated identically under the bill. Am I misunderstanding that?
If I may,
Councilwoman, there's another exemption that we added, again, from the State Natural Resources Code that allows an exemption for any type of development that does not clear 20,000 square feet of trees. So in the circumstance that you just suggested, if that other parcel did not clear 20,000 square feet of trees simply because it was mostly impervious, it would also get a pass.
Okay, whereas the wooded one would not. Okay. Do we have any ability, I mean, I would still rather see the incentive for impervious surface in non-priority funding areas, only because, again, under any circumstances, I'd rather see the impervious surface redeveloped as opposed to a wooded lot get clear cut. Do we have the ability to leave the language as it is and let the state perform its stringency review and come back to us if they say, hey, this is okay by us, or overall the bill is more strict, so we're okay with this?
Well, it's not an overall review. I mean, they look at the entire bill, but they're also looking at each portion of the bill.
Even better.
My review, at the request of Councilwoman Rodby and also at the request of the administration, was to review the amendments to make sure that they complied with state law requirements. Any exemption has to follow the exemptions that the state has granted. We can't make up our own exemptions. So this particular provision simply did not, because of the qualifier that was added to it.
So Office of Law's opinion is legally, we have to vote for this amendment.
No, well, Office of Law's opinion is that original Amendment 17, the amended bill, does not comply with state law because, as to that provision, because it is less strict than state law.
To be clear, Councilwoman, the Office of Law nor the county executive tells council members what they can and can't do.
Understood.
I wanted to make that clear.
I guess I'm just trying to understand, is there any other way that that Amendment 17 could come into compliance with state law other than this Amendment 26?
Only if state law changes.
Okay, thank you.
We'll move on to Councilman Volkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I want to ask you, Mr. Swain, this question because I have an amendment later that's coming up, but I think it's pertinent to this discussion. The term covered, what does covered mean? I mean, I understand the general concept of, okay, something is covered, but is there a percentage threshold? Is there a certain number of acres or area that has to be covered to qualify? Does it have to be 100%? Is it 50 plus .0001? What's the answer to that?
Well, from the plain language of the statute, which is, of course, what we look at.
Sure.
Covered means, I think the only reasonable interpretation of it is that it's 100% covered.
Fascinating. Which is why then when we get to my 70% amendment, you all may think that that's not as stringent as state law, I'm assuming.
That would be correct.
Okay. So would it make any sense then for us to say it's got to be 100% covered? Because to me, I hear your argument, and I think common sense would get to the place where you are, but I also know that when lawyers get involved, common sense sometimes doesn't wind up ruining the day. And so my worry with this is that it opens it up to interpretation, and there's going to be some challenge or some litigation, or someone's going to argue, well, covered doesn't quite mean 100%. It just means the majority. I actually looked up the word primarily, because to me, primarily obviously means the vast majority. Well, in fact, the legal definition of primarily is 50 plus .0001. It just means it's a little more than half. So I have that same concern with covered, that it doesn't get quite to the same place in common parlance. So would there be any objection to putting in clarifying language that this needs to be 100% covered?
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Well, I mean, I think as to your question, we're not looking at a common sense reading. What we're trying to interpret is the plain meaning of the word. So I think covered, I think the plain meaning of covered means that it is covered.
100% impervious.
Exactly.
Do you want to wait? Interesting.
I think that we're conflating coverage of different pieces of a parcel with an entire site. So I think we're using the percentage in terms of a site, if you will, 100% or 70% or 50% plus one, when in reality, the plain language talks about cover. So the impervious parking lot can be exempted while the rest of the site is still in compliance with forest conservation thresholds.
Gotcha.
And that encourages redevelopment on that entire site.
And so that's the way that this would be interpreted, is that it's just the coverage of a certain part, but the rest of the parcel is acceptable. That has to be covered by the thresholds.
That is the way, and I just saw Steve Kaisigler, our Office of Planning and Zoning Director, nod his head. That is the way I would have written it up for Steve, and Steve would have said yes or no.
I know this may seem like a silly question. I apologize. I want to get this on the record because I think it needs to be clear for when somebody comes back and says, what the heck did the council mean by this? So if you want to jump in, Mr. Kaisigler. Okay.
Did you want
All right.
to? Ms. Hewitt, I believe, wanted to add something. The council.
I have 2 points, and one is just a question. If you take a mall that has been deserted.
Marley Station.
Yes,
It's
that's
not
what I had in my
deserted.
brain. I don't want it to be Annapolis Mall. Anyway, so, and let's say that all of previous lots were consolidated in order to build the mall. Are you saying that even though the parking area isn't on a separate lot, it would still be subject to this exemption, but the rest of it wouldn't be? I'm not understanding what you're saying, I guess is what I'm saying.
And to be quite honest, I don't understand your hypothetical.
Well, there you go. We're completely not understanding each other. It's perfect.
If I might, Madam Attorney, so our entire premise with this amendment is that Office of Law feels like the current language in the bill would not comport. This is our most eloquent way that we think we can fix that. Taking aside all of the other details and finite questions of interpretation. Bottom line, and you heard this in some of the testimony during the public comment, is we believe that the previous amendment that put the language in the amended bill won't pass muster with DNR, so we're trying to get in front of that by this corrective amendment.
And I understand that. I'm just saying that I don't understand, and I think the discussion we just had may not accurately state when the exemption applies. Leaving that to the side, I also, what's your name again? Mr. Swain, County Attorney. I have a question. If there have been questions about whether or not the council does or does not need to vote for this, and I'm not arguing with your opinion as to the extent to which this language complies with the language that's in state law, but my question is, doesn't the amendment 28, I think it is. I'm just trying to be clear as to what the effect would be. So let's say that everybody on the council says, no, we're not adopting this proposed amendment. What would happen would be the bill would become law, and then DNR would do its review, and it would say, that provision has to come out, or these words need to come out. Then they would automatically come out as a matter of law without the council doing anything, right?
Under amendment number 28.
Yes.
Correct.
I'm just trying to make sure I understood the consequence of whichever way you go on the vote. Thank you.
Correct.
Are you done? Because there's other folks if you want to finish up with your question.
I'll just come back. I'll let
Okay. Councilwoman Pickard.
I think my questions were covered by the conversation. I still don't understand how we will decide what is redevelopment or previously developed areas and what isn't. But if you're saying a project or a site development plan would portion off impervious surface and then apply forest conservation to the remaining parcel, I understand that, but I don't think that the bill says that. So I'm a little conflicted, but maybe I need to take it up with the state delegation and they need to fix this law at the state level. I don't know. It's frustrating, to say the least, especially from someone whose district is in desperate need of revitalization and redevelopment. And we currently don't have flexibility in our code to make that happen. And to me, we're just adding barrier after barrier for revitalization and redevelopment. But here we are. So I don't know what to.
Councilwoman Fiedler, did you have? Okay, Councilman Volke.
I just want to correct something I said earlier. Councilwoman Pickard pointed out to me that Marley Station is 75% occupied, so it is a fully functioning mall. So I just want to correct that. But with that being said, I guess this is where I'm struggling with this, and I think everyone up here is struggling with this. No one is opposed to the idea of what the administration is saying. to try to figure out a way to make sure that we're encouraging redevelopment and we're giving incentives for that. The problem is this seems to be a little too open-ended. So is there an issue, I mean, I think you've answered this, Mr. Swain, but I'm not quite sure I'm clear why, that there's some position that if we were to say 70% or 80% or 90% or 100%, if we were to put some number on it, that wouldn't get to the covered piece.
Well, if you put 100% on it,
It certainly would, sure.
I think it would.
Anything less than that, it's your opinion, Office of Law's opinion, that would be less stringent than the state law.
Correct.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
I'm really sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry to harp on this, and I'm trying to be as concise as possible. But I think what I heard you say, now that I've looked at it again, is that the law says that this subtitle, meaning does not apply to previously developed areas covered by impervious surface at the blah, blah, blah. So what, are you saying that this is the shopping center, this part of it is all parking lot, and this part out here is all trees, that the part that's covered wouldn't be subject to forest conservation law, but the trees on the outside would be, whether it's on one lot or not?
So we've had similar questions about what if the development was proposed to split between, say, medium residential and commercial, and it's the same idea that a different threshold, different regulations go with those different areas, use areas. So here's impervious surface. We've now introduced it as an area. That impervious surface would be exempt. That is the way that I would write it up for planning and zoning, and I would work that out.
And the trees on the periphery of the shopping center development would be subject?
Well, to be clear, the entire site, unless the entire site is 100% impervious surface, the site is subject to forest conservation. It's how you determine your exact reforestation requirements is what you're going to build, whether or not you had impervious surface, all these other conditions about the site.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councilwoman Ravian?
I actually think Ms. Schuett's questions just clarified my questions, that you would basically perform the calculations on the area outside. So anything that's impervious would be 100% fair game for redevelopment, anything that's already impervious. So, large areas of blacktop, totally fair game without having any compliance, without having any replanting requirements if it's already impervious. And then the calculations for the remainder would fall outside of this section. Is my understanding correct? At least as far as we can tell?
That's correct, with the reminder that there's also the 20,000 square foot exemption. So in the case that you weren't even going to take down trees outside the impervious surface, you'd be exempted under a different provision.
So this without the primarily, actually, I think gives more encouragement for redevelopment, because any place you have an impervious surface, that impervious surface itself is fair game, is completely fair game without any mitigation requirements.
Seeing no further discussion, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 1.
26.
I'm sorry, 26. Seems like amendment number 1 all over again. Go ahead.
Ms. Hare.
I'll just preface this quickly with, I feel a bit at a disadvantage that I haven't actually seen the memorandum and been able to review it. But I'm sort of feeling like our hands are tied here. In light of amendment number 28, I'm really not sure why we need amendment 26 at this moment, but because I feel like our hands are tied, I really hope that this amendment is not hurting our efforts at revitalization and redevelopment of areas where we are trying to redirect it. Certainly, I think this council would like to direct revitalization and redevelopment areas to impervious surface. And I have concerns about this amendment, but again, because I feel like our hands are tied, I'll vote aye.
Ms. Lacy?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volke?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 26 is adopted.
Just a reminder to the council, we have 27 through 38 to go, and we have several other bills, and I don't want to keep like we did last time, folks waiting and keep pushing legislation. We
The
have
rest are all easy,
an
Mr.
obligation.
Chair.
I understand, but I want to make that part of the record. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 27.
Amendment number 27, this amendment comports county code to be consistent with section 51607C of the Natural Resources Article of the State Code regarding trees that are considered priority for retention and protection.
Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay. Administration?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a much simpler amendment for the same reasons about comporting with state code. Now, we did hear some compelling testimony about specimen trees in fair and better condition, and we're not necessarily disagreeing with that. This is a simple determination that Office of Law has made that this language is not enabled by state code. So until and unless the state code is changed, we don't believe having in fair or better condition is appropriate for our county bill.
Okay, and just a quick follow-up, because Mr. Kaisili will probably be implementing this. So if we have people with dead trees on their property and they're going to develop to make it better, we're not going to hold them up. I wanted a part of the record right now.
That's correct. You would have to go through the modification process, but obviously a damaged or dying tree is not a high priority to be preserved, and they would probably have a very good justification for removing a damaged or failing tree.
Okay, because I know that, again, I heard the city of Annapolis has a little bit different piece where a dead tree was knocked down and you had to get a permit to chop it up. I mean, that, again, there's a different rules. So I want to be clear about what's allowed, what's not allowed, so that people know what's occurring.
It would still have to come through a modification application process, but there would likely be good justification. There may be some mitigation that would go with it, but it would not be as significant as the removal of a specimen tree in fair or good condition.
Okay.
There's less value for a damaged tree.
And Mr. Johnson, I think you're going to see this with a lot of these. I would ask on behalf of the administration that we do go to the state delegation to clarify some of these pieces, because we're all sitting here trying to do the best we can, but state law also maybe needs to catch up in clearing up some of these things. So I hope the administration takes the initiative to meet with DNR and other folks so that we can maybe straighten some of these things out. Councilwoman Pickard.
Yeah, so before we're talking about a development being built, we also have homeowners with conservation easements that they may or may not know they actually have, and they have dead trees. So if and when a neighbor cuts down a tree that they don't know is in a conservation easement, and then they're in violation and are possibly going to have to pay $3 a square foot, are we going to hold them accountable for cutting down the dead tree that they didn't know that they couldn't cut down before it falls on their house?
So in the instance you're talking about, we would only ever know if there was a complaint, typically one of the neighbors. The complaint would come into INP, where we do have foresters who would deal with this. Now, there are ways to determine. You look at the dead wood or what came out. You look at the roots. There's a bit of an investigation that can follow to determine the health of the tree, even if it's been chopped down. And that would be some of the factors that would be determined as to whether the county would want to take enforcement action. So you have to investigate each one individually. There's not one answer to that.
Common sense, okay.
Councilman Volke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess where I'm struggling with this one is you can get a modification on this, on a tree that is not in fair or good condition. You can get a modification if it's a poor condition tree.
It would be I think an applicant could provide reasonable justification that would justify the granting of the modification.
Understood. And that's a modification for each tree, or that would be one?
For each tree.
Right, so they're going to put in for each of these trees. So then how is it that if the Office of Planning and Zoning has the ability, and I know there's a variance provision in state law, but with you all having the ability to say, we're going to look at it, if it's a basically dead tree, we're likely probably going to grant that. There's going to be a good basis for that. So then how would us just writing into the code like this make our law any less stringent in application than what you're talking about? It sounds like in application, we're going to get to the same spot. It's just that we're creating another hoop that people have to jump through to say, you've now got to go in and file these modifications on every single tree, when you're already acknowledging that if somebody comes in with a tree that's basically dead, they probably have a good case to get that modification.
The only thing I can say is it's the mechanism that we have now in play that allows us to deal with it administratively.
What's the cost for the modification, for them to come in and do that?
It's $250.
So it'd be $250 a tree.
Well, I can't think of an example on an existing home where development is not proposed, where someone would come in with 25 applications for modifications to take down 25 specimen trees, so.
If you wound up in one of these massive lots that we're talking about, though, that we're trying to keep from clear cutting, and people just come in and willy-nilly cut everything down, I could easily see you going through a 100-acre parcel and finding many trees that you're going to be asking for modifications on.
Through a development application?
Sure, that's what I'm assuming.
Well, that information comes forward as a part of the forest stand delineation. That's where they're identified. That's when the assessment comes in as to the, if you want to say, health or viability of each of the trees. And it takes time, it's complicated, and often we have to go out and check based on what the applicant's forester provides to ensure the health of the tree. Now, that's not something that my office, OPZ does, but that is something that INP would do. You heard, for example, earlier in testimony from Ms. Russell, we had a variety of people through INP, their foresters out on the property several times, trying to assist with assessing, offering recommendations. So the county does get pretty involved on a case-by-case basis when we need to.
Yeah. I guess where I'm just struggling with this one is a bad pun, so I'm not even going to use it. I'm just going to say red tape. This just feels like this is adding another layer to what is effectively a foregone conclusion, it sounds like. You're talking about folks coming in with trees in poor condition because they can't cut down trees in fair or better condition. So they're coming in with poor condition trees, and they're saying to the county, we have to file a modification for each and every one of these trees. And you're effectively admitting that most likely that's going to be a decent case that they're going to get that modification. So then it does two things. One, it messes up our modification numbers, which we're frankly trying to bring down. But two, on the other hand, it also just means that they're taking another step to get to the same place if we kept this in the bill. So I guess it seems to me like this is a form over substance situation. If I'm missing something, let me know. But otherwise, that's where I'm getting on
No, I'm
this.
not sure. I mean, the only thing I can say is today it's a regulated activity. So they are protected 100%, and the only way in Anne Arundel County that you can take one down is through a modification process.
Okay, thank you.
Did we have someone, did you want to add something? I noticed you moving towards the microphone.
Yes, if you don't mind. For the modifications, you wouldn't have, if say you had 5 trees in poor condition, it wouldn't be 5 separate modifications. Okay. It would come in together, one property, because it's one topic, if you will.
How many could you have? How many could you have in one application?
However many specimen trees you needed in that particular application.
Well, that's helpful to know. Thank you.
So can I ask a follow-up just with staff person? So when we started segregating out the different types of modifications, it was based on theme or subject matter?
That is correct.
Okay, so I stand corrected on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
He's new. It's okay.
Councilwoman Lacey, and then Councilwoman Ravian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the net of it, it sounds to me like when we strike in fair or better condition in order to comport with the state code, there are actually potentially good policy reasons behind the state legislature having decided that you couldn't cut down dead or dying trees, which could include what I remember learning in elementary school about logs being our friends, and dead trees and their roots still providing viable habitats for biologically important creatures, and there being a lot of reasons to just literally let them stand until they fell, which were standards that the county applied in my neighborhood anyway, which I should have you over to my house sometime. Then you can see it was according to a plan, as far as I can tell. The developer was permitted to take down all the trees in a certain part of the overall land, but the community is ringed with forest conservation, and it's marked, and everybody and purchaser was told where the forest conservation was. I mean, those processes were followed, so I don't know I don't, can't speak for before buying my house in this county, but maybe that would help with the understanding of why this is probably reasonable. And I think just about everybody in my neighborhood asked about the dead trees that are in the forest conservation areas in the neighborhood, and why couldn't we just take them down? And we were all told the same answer over and over again. It was the state law doesn't allow it. You have to come in and apply. So I have no problem with this amendment.
Councilwoman? Okay, Councilwoman Ayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Mr. Swain, now that we've kind of heard a bit about this process where you can take down a dead tree, it is still your position that fair or better condition is somehow less stringent than state law?
The issue with state law is not that it says you have to protect dead trees. The issue with state law is it doesn't specify that the trees have to be living. So the qualifier of fair or better condition is simply not in state law. Because it's not in state law, we feel that modification modification is not the right word, but the amendment, the different language in the amendment weakens the protection, and therefore it's not as strict.
Okay.
Ms. Schuett, did you have a?
Yeah, just a quick question. I'm not advocating any position on this amendment at all, but if the council were to vote this amendment down and DNR were never to say that's a really bad thing, you can't do that because it weakens the law, it would just automatically go out, right? But if they don't say that, then you don't have to protect dead trees and get a modification.
Under Amendment 28, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further discussion. Madam, I was going to say Amendment 2, but I got this right. Amendment number 27. Could you please call the roll?
Ms. Hare?
Nay.
Ms. Lacy?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler?
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
4 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative. Amendment number 27 is adopted.
Madam Secretary, please remember Amendment number 28.
Amendment number 28, this amendment makes the effective date of the ordinance contingent upon a stringency review by the Maryland Department of Natural Resources and voids any portion of the ordinance that is disapproved as less stringent than state law.
Motion to adopt.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Administration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've actually had a fair bit of discussion about this amendment before now when it's in order. But we view this as kind of a safety net or a insurance policy, which we hope very much will be moot. But in the event that the DNR review that comes after this bill does pick up anything that is not in compliance in their view, this protects the rest of the bill. So we would ask you to support this amendment as, like I framed it, a safety net, if you will, to protect all the work that we've done on this bill in the event that DNR does find an issue.
All right, looks like we have one question. Councilman Volkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In 10, almost 11 months on the council, I've yet to see anything like this in any of the bills that we've passed. Is this a typical provision that we put into bills?
It is not, and Mr. Swain can explain the circumstances that do require us to do this from time to time.
And actually, you did see this in Bill 919, which is the critical area bill that we did about lot consolidation. Critical area has a very similar process to DNR with regard to their legislation. They require our changes to our critical area program have to be approved by the Critical Area Commission. So their process is a little different. With DNR, they have to confirm that our law is as strict or stricter than state law, but it doesn't have to go through a commission. It's more of an informal process. So this amendment is based on the same language we used in Bill 919, which was an amendment to the critical area program.
Okay, so.
But it is unusual. The only time we've ever used
that.
it, really, those two circumstances.
I'm sorry I didn't remember 919. But with that, my question on this then would be, why wasn't this in the original bill if we need to have this? Why is it only coming in as an amendment at this point now that we're further along in the process?
Well, as I said, with the Critical Area Commission, it is a commission approval process. With DNR, it's more of an informal process. But based on our conversations with staff at the Department of Natural Resources and some of the amendments that had come through, we thought that this should be included in the bill.
So if we don't pass this and DNR does their less formal review and they find that there are certain provisions in our law which are just not right, they don't comport with state law, they would continue to exist in our code, but they would be unenforceable?
Yes, they would be unenforceable. We'd also have to do a corrective bill to come in and excise the portions that were not enforceable.
Okay.
And if I may, Councilman,
Sure, yeah.
they could also be challenged if someone wanted to challenge them, legally. So that would be another vulnerability.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, Madam Secretary, could you please call the roll? I'm sorry.
There I am.
Go ahead.
Sorry. This is just for the record. The description of this particular amendment says that this amendment makes the effective date of the ordinance contingent upon the review. That's not really accurate, is it?
Well, the bill will become effective within 45 days. We expect that the DNR review will be done well before the 45 days is up.
Really?
That's what they're telling us. Whereas with the Critical Area Commission, it has to go through a whole meeting process, which would always exceed the 45 days. So the effective date language really means that if any portions that are voided by the exercise of DNR and the exercise of this clause would not become effective. So I acknowledge what you're saying, though.
Thank you.
Okay, let's try this again. Amendment number 28, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Ms. Hare? Aye. Ms. Lacy?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
6 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. Amendment number 28 is adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 29.
Amendment number 29. This amendment modifies a priority retention area to include habitats or potential habitats for forest interior dwelling birds and other species that are made up of at least 75 acres of certain adjoining forests and riparian forests.
Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, this amendment is introduced by myself and several colleagues. This simply brings the 100 acres down to 75 and provides the clarifying language. There were some questions that we had answered through council and other folks. I'll just leave it at that. I don't know if anybody else would like to add anything. Councilman Volkey.
I don't want to add, I have questions, so if any other sponsors of the amendment want to speak, I'll wait.
Councilman Rodvian.
I'll just add that I think this is one of the critical pieces of this whole this whole bill, is that we're protecting large areas of forest. We're not protecting, individual trees are wonderful and they do wonderful things, but large areas of forest provide habitat, provide substantial stormwater management properties. They provide substantial carbon sequestration. So all of those reasons are the reasons that large areas of forest are really important. And so I'm really grateful to see that I think 5 colleagues have signed on to this because I think this brings back some of the heart of the bill. So thank you to my colleagues for jumping on the bandwagon for this amendment.
Councilwoman Hare.
I was just going to add that we had several comments about the word documented in the last bill, and this takes care of that word documented.
Councilwoman Fiedler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I heard overwhelmingly from my constituents that 100 acres was not enough, so I was happy to co-sponsor this amendment.
Thank you. And any other? Okay, Councilman Volkey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I certainly would have been very happy to join with my colleagues and be the 6th co-sponsor of this. However, there are 3 words that are problematic for me, and those are in the first line, habitats or potential habitats. My question for anybody who can speak on it would be, what are we opening up with potential habitats? I understand habitats, and I understand taking out documented, and I understand the idea of going in and saying this is where we are seeing FIDs, and this is something that we need to protect. My concern is, I frankly don't want to get into a situation where we have no idea what we're actually protecting, but we're protecting some area that's amorphous. So I'm curious about the potential habitats. I did look at the GIS layer that the state has on potential FID habitats. I was able to view that in the county, and frankly, it's extensive. There is a lot of the county that's covered by that. So I'm curious sort of what we're thinking with this, because if we don't actually have a FIDs, I should say forest interior dwelling species instead of calling it FIDs. But if that species is not actually already living in that habitat, then what are we protecting? So if any of you can speak to that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman. Before I turn this over to Mr. Johnston to answer that exact question, I do want to tell you the administration position on the amendment. We're very pleased to see the council bring this forward. We know we spent a lot of time talking to you about the contiguous forests and additional protections. So in the words of Mr. Bradley, the administration accepts this amendment. But Mr. Johnston will answer your specific question.
So if you go into the DNR guidance, which I'm sure all of you have, and look at the FIDS guidance for how you document.
Page 10.
There you go. Thank you. Potential habitat. There's actually a section in it that talks about how FIDS are an umbrella criteria. This is about protecting large contiguous tracts of forest that may one day contain FIDS, but certainly can provide all kinds of ecosystem benefits. So that's the first answer. The second answer to your question about that map is based on 30-meter pixel sizes.
Yeah, it was a lot of pixelation.
When a development application comes in, there's actually a much more stringent review that says, are there any gaps? 35, I think it's 35 feet or 50 feet or wider. That splits up all those big pixels and paints a much clearer vision of where the potential FIDS habitat are on every single site.
Okay.
So it's not as big as that map.
Got it. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 29.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Okay.
Ms. Lacy?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 29 is adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 30.
Amendment number 30, this amendment increases the fee for clearing in violation of forest conservation law from $3 per square foot to $4.50 per square foot.
Motion to adopt?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. This is Councilwoman Harris' amendment.
Thank you. This actually came out of Councilwoman Rodvian's amendment last week, or 2 weeks ago, I guess. She had set one at $6, and it got me thinking that we really do want to set sort of a differential level between a fee in lieu that we are charging as part of a lawful clearing or project versus a fee that we're charging for someone who sort of intentionally disregards the law and comes out and clears. So I've had a bit of conversation with the Office of Law about sort of how many we see in a year and what those are and things like that. Personally, I think we do need to set it high enough that it's a deterrent. This is actually higher than what the administration had initially requested it at, and so I'd ask that I'd ask for support.
Councilwoman Rodvian.
I just want to say thank you to Councilwoman Hare for bringing back this idea of adding a little bit more deterrent to this. I really appreciate that you took that cause up.
Councilman Volkey.
Mr. Chair, thank you. So I'm going to tell a quick story because I think it's relevant to this. I recently had a constituent reach out to me, and they had a situation where there was a neighbor who complained, which happens quite frequently, about some clearing that took place down by the water in the property that they were renting. And basically what happened is this 16-year-old boy, there was a swing that was in a wooded area that his mother couldn't see straight to the water. So he thought, I'm going to do something really nice for my mom. I'm going to go down there, I'm going to clear all this area out. I'm going to clear this brush. He took down 2 trees. He cleared a bunch of underbrush. The neighbor called, reported it, took photos. That was a violation. They're now being fined. They have to put up a $17,000 bond as a result of what has happened, that then they can get back over a period of 2 years based on inspections. They have to put 56 trees in, or if they don't want to do 56 trees, they can do something like 28 and 96 shrubs. On top of that, they are being fined. They have 2 $1,000 fines against them currently. So they're getting hammered for what effectively was a kid trying to do something nice for his mom, and he made a truly honest mistake, and the law is just crushing them. So while I certainly understand the intent of the sponsor, and I understand the idea of trying to dissuade people who recklessly go and clear, I also think that there is another side to this, which is the human element. And sometimes people make mistakes, and the law on this is absolutely unforgiving. There is no wiggle room, and that's frustrating to me. So while I certainly appreciate the idea of disincentivizing people from doing these types of things in the critical area and clearing in violation of the Forest Conservation Act, I also think that a lot of what we're looking at here, these types of violations are not the developers. These are average homeowner, citizen who went out and they might have realized they needed a permit, they might not have, and these are the people, these are our constituents who we are here to represent, who we are hammering with this fee. We're not beating up big developer. They're not the ones who are going to pay this fee. It's going to be the homeowner who is not a professional, who doesn't read this law on a regular basis, and does not understand all of the implications of this. So I would encourage my colleagues to think long and hard about this particular amendment and increasing these fees that much higher, because, frankly, if we do it, and then you get a call from one of your constituents, and they say, why is this fee so high? You're going to have to say to them, well, I did vote to make it that high. I did do that. So I think that I would provide that as a cautionary tale to everyone. It's a great idea in theory to disincentivize with these fees, but the developers are not going to be hit with this type of fee. So with that, that's all I have to say.
Let's go to Councilwoman Rodvian and then Councilwoman Pickard.
So I'm curious, I don't know if maybe Office of Law has a theory, or maybe Councilman Volke has a theory about how, given that the fees are already much lower than this, how did 2 trees end up resulting in $17,000 bond posted? I can't even imagine that under $450 per square foot. I don't know what the average square foot per tree is, but I would think maybe, 20 square feet per tree, maybe a little higher. But even if it were 100 square feet per tree, under the existing, what's the existing, 80 cents? So if currently, right now, that would be about $80. If we're talking 80 cents per square foot, how do you get from $80 to $17,000? What am I missing?
Certainly. So they disturbed 2,778 square feet was the disturbance. So they actually come out, inspections and permits, and they measure the entire area. And they don't go off of how many trees you disturbed. They look at the area that was disturbed. And so based on that, with the square footage and then the calculation of that, multiplying it by the fee, and this is under state law. So I was saying this is a general statement about fees, but not this particular fee, because they're covered under the critical area fee, which I believe is $4 a square foot, something like that. So it's pretty high. And I'm not exactly sure how the 17,000 came in. I will tell you, I've talked to inspections and permits on this particular case on behalf of the constituent, but that's what their actual bonding requirement is. And it's all under state law for that one. I'm making the point for all of this generally, think about the fees piece and how it impacts folks.
Okay, so I think the difference, though, when you described it initially, you described 2 trees, which, to sort of common sense mindset, you think is maybe a few dozen square feet, but it sounds like the disturbance was actually several thousand square feet. So I guess I lost a little sympathy for the scenario there, because that's a major disturbance right on the waterfront, and so I don't know what I guess I lost sympathy for the. I lost a little bit of sympathy there. That's a pretty
and
hefty
that's fair.
disturbance.
I would say to you, I've got photographs of it. It was basically an area that abuts the waterfront and kind of comes up a hill, and that was what they disturbed. It was probably, I would guess, maybe 75 feet down to the water, and maybe about 100, 150. I'm bad at the math on that, but my point is, you can look at the photographs, and they cleared some undergrowth. I saw the photographs before and after.
Okay, Councilwoman Pickard, then Councilwoman Lacey.
So as we take this fee from 80 cents to $3 a square foot, there's about 43,000 square feet in an acre. We're already increasing it to $129,000 per acre. This would take it up to $193,500 per acre of fines and fees. I now know after this bill how many square feet are in an acre, so I thought I would just tell everybody how smart I am.
Councilwoman Lacey and then Councilwoman Rodvian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, we'll leave you to the Henry Pickard's math and also to Nathan Volke's math we've historically had. But I have to say, I side with Councilwoman Broadvian. I think at the meeting 2 weeks ago, I explained why I favored $6 a square foot. We're talking about the penalty part, a penalty for clearing in violation of the law. And Mr. Volke, you said developers aren't going to be hit by this, so I think my colleague, Councilwoman Pickard's calculation isn't necessarily, we're talking about the impact on small landowners. And if really the fault is that we need to make sure we meet our obligation to help educate the public about the laws that we've passed, then let's make sure we adequately fund doing that in the budget, whatever's required, so that people know. But otherwise, ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Councilwoman Rodvian?
I would also just add that anyone who's clearing an entire acre of trees is not the young man in your scenario. That's a developer. And if a developer is not aware of the laws, I think they are very deservedly, I can't imagine any developer in this room making that mistake and subjecting themselves to this fine, for an entire acre.
Ms. Schuett, did you want to add something?
Just a quick statement. I don't think you can say that this applies to just builders or just homeowners or just 18-year-olds. It applies to everybody. There have been builders who went out and cleared a whole island without knowing that they should have done it. And then there are the homeowners who clear cut so they have a great view of the water, knowing they shouldn't do it. So it's a mixture. It's everybody, or could be everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 30.
Ms. Hare? Aye. Ms. Lacy?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volke?
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
6 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. Amendment number 30 is adopted.
Okay, Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 31.
Amendment number
Chair.
31, this amendment exempts previously developed areas covered by 70% or more impervious surface.
In light of the discussion on the previous amendment, Mr. Chair, I'm going to withdraw Amendment 31.
Okay. We didn't have a motion to have it moved and seconded. We're just going to have the sponsor withdraw. Amendment 31 is withdrawn. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 32.
Amendment number 32, this amendment adds a definition of targeted growth area.
Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilman Volke, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This simply adds a definition for targeted growth area, which is something we're referencing in this bill, but has never otherwise been referenced in the code.
Administration?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Given Mr. Volke's penchant for definitions, we're totally okay with this.
Okay. Boy, I'm feeling okay. All right, any other comments, questions? Okay. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on number 32.
Ms. Hare? Aye. Ms. Lacy?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volke?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 32 is adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 33.
Amendment number 33. Finally end of it. This amendment merges all forest conservation thresholds into one chart based on land use, size of site, and location of site in targeted growth areas and in and out of priority funding areas.
Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Councilman Volke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This does not change the conservation thresholds. What this does is put them into a relatively concise chart that I believe is a little bit easier to follow than the mashup of wording and then charting that we had in the current amended version of the bill.
Ms. Schuett, did you want to add something?
Yes, this is basically a style change. The current bill as amended says this too, so this is a different way of doing the same thing. Thank you.
Okay, administration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We think this way is much prettier than the old way, so we're okay with it.
Whew. All right. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 33.
Ms. Hare? Aye. Ms. Lacy?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volke?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye, and I would just like to comment that while I always appreciate more concise and more attractive and easier to understand, I'm putting my full faith in others who have had more opportunity and time to review this. Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 33 is adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 34.
Amendment number 34. This amendment increases the conservation thresholds for institutional development areas that are greater than 5 acres in size and located either in or out of a priority funding area.
Motion to adopt.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Councilman Volke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, Mr. Gray said it best when he was up here earlier testifying on this bill, when he indicated that we need to practice what we preach. I agree, and I think that that's exactly what this does. So I have looked at the current thresholds in the amended bill and tried to find something that is analogous to the high priority that we place on institutional development. And from what I've heard from the administration, that would be affordable housing. With affordable housing, that typically falls in high-density residential areas, which are also toward the lower end of the threshold chart that we have currently. So I have mirrored the institutional development areas thresholds to those in the high-density residential areas, and I believe that this puts Anne Arundel County in a position where we can be leaders and examples of what we are asking others to follow as well. I ask for your support.
Administration, they'll have discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a tricky one because the reasons that the councilman articulated are, worthy of discussion. However, when the county exec introduced the original bill, the administration made a policy decision that institutional uses such as schools, we really have an obligation to make those, and we don't always get to choose where they're going to be. And it's not just schools. It could be fire stations. It could be other things that the public depends on. And oftentimes, the only spaces left are the ones that are least desirable for development, but we still need to provide that service to county residents and constituents. So we appreciate the intent of this amendment, but we believe that this will put a further burden on our county infrastructure, which is already behind. And so we would reluctantly resist this amendment and ask the council to do the same.
Councilwoman Pickard?
So I understand the idea of the county leading by example, but when you're $2 billion in a backlog of school construction, plus we've all talked about libraries and parks and fields that are not adequate in many of our districts, we're just going to be taking out county bond dollars and pay fee in lieu back to ourselves. I think that's ridiculous. I know we have 4 schools coming up to be rebuilt. Well, one that's being built. 3 of them are in my district, and 1 is actually in District 6, which will also be being built in the critical area. This is problematic for us for lots of reasons. If we were Carroll County and we were having declining enrollments and we were closing schools, this would be irrelevant and this would be fine to put in our bill, but we're not. We're a growing county with a backlog, a $2 billion backlog of school construction alone. Plus you add libraries and fire stations and other infrastructure we need. We're just cannot afford to add millions of dollars to the fees that it would take to build those schools. I strongly oppose this amendment.
Councilwoman Fiedler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in my district, it's not a school project, but I think the most recent phase of the Broadneck Trail, I got a significant amount of emails on. I know I reached out to Matt. I reached out and spoke with Chesapeake Bay Foundation. I think the project is fantastic, and it's been in our GDP for a very long time. But it's an example that I have a hard time swallowing that the county's own projects are doing some destruction as well. And for that reason, I will be supporting this amendment.
Councilwoman Hare?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 things. I guess I wonder, institutional uses includes quite a bit more than just schools and public safety, and I wonder if there was a way that the administration may have crafted this bill to begin with that would have allowed for a school project to move forward specifically, but other institutional uses not to be exempted sort of in a broad sweep. And I also wonder, so the way this is drafted, this amendment is drafted, I mean, inside a targeted growth area and under 5 acres would proceed at the same 20% requirement that it currently is. So if I'm thinking about a firehouse or a police station, to my understanding, the 5 acres is probably okay for those. So then it's where we get to sort of greater than 5 acres in the priority funding area and greater than 5 acres outside of the priority funding area. Particularly, I guess I'm curious if the administration has had any time or thought about the fact about what that we're only increasing to 25% inside the priority funding area over the 20%. It's not a huge increase, but I think it does demonstrate to the general population that the county is trying to be a leader in that sense. A, how much of a difference would that make on a particular library or school? And B, Mr. Johnson, I think you had mentioned that you were working to try and secure parts of county land already that could be used for our own mitigation banks. And if that's the case, I don't think this would be too much of a burden. Is that an accurate statement?
The second part about we are trying to set aside portions of our properties for planting trees for our own projects is absolutely correct.
Okay. What about sort of the part on, 5 acres or less from a public safety standpoint is probably adequate? Is that a fair statement?
I'm
For a
not sure.
fire
Could you
station?
just restate the question?
Sure. So the way that this amendment is drafted, essentially, the institutional uses would stay at a 20% threshold for areas inside a targeted growth area or areas that are less than 5 acres. It's my understanding that most fire stations or whatnot typically come in under that 5-acre number. Is that
I
your
can't
understanding?
speak to the size of fire stations. I don't know if anybody else
Mr.
at
Phipps
the
can.
table. He's
Mr.
rising
Phipps?
and coming.
Chris Phipps.
Press the other.
Chris Phipps, Director of Public Works. Yeah, we can fit a fire station comfortably on 3 acres, 4 acres.
Okay.
Less than 5.
Is there any willingness by the administration to consider perhaps just carving out schools and other institutional uses, keeping them at this sort of level?
Well, I think the reason that the administration has the bill in the current form is because we wanted to keep the categories that already existed and not add an extra layer of complexity. We testified at the opening of the amendment that we'd ask you to resist this. The other thing is, with the draft of the amendment, it would put institutional development areas at a higher percentage, than other ones such as mixed use and commercial. So again, we preferred to keep institutional development areas constant from the state law and not increase those like the rest of them. And given the amount of time and effort that's gone into this bill, and I think that council's overall willingness to try and button this up, I think your idea is an interesting one to explore, but with this legislation, we'd ask the council to keep it as it is.
Okay, I'm going to support this amendment, but I'm sympathetic to Councilwoman Pickard's plight with schools in particular. So to the extent that there's any willingness to talk about a specific school exemption at a different point, I'd be happy to do so.
Councilwoman Pickard.
So, since forest conservation in this county, and as I've learned, probably most counties in the state, have de facto held school construction and probably their own projects de facto exempt, getting to the 20% for new schools under construction is already going to be a burden. If we look at the 21 acres cleared at Crofton High School or the numerous acres cleared at Bell Branch Park for the new really nice turf fields that my son played on Friday night, we haven't held ourselves even to the 20%. So now in just getting to see the new schematics for Old Mill High School, I don't know that the Papa John's Farm property will meet the 20% threshold, but I know in working with the construction team at the school system, the elementary schools are most definitely going to be clearing trees, and they're calculating the estimates of, they're budgeting in their plan the fee in lieu to pay back to the county with county bonds. But it's not just schools, because I know we have, Ms. Hare, we heard from your district the lack of fields in South County, and if we're just going to be adding to the expense of that, and then we need to be prospective with schools and libraries, as we are still a growing county, where we are going to find parcels that now have to exceed the 50 acres in order to not have to pay a fee in lieu. Those parcels of land don't even exist anymore. We're building one high school, but we probably need 2 more after that, just to account for the growth in North County. So I just think this is ill-advised.
Councilman Volke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess where I'm struggling with this is I've heard a lot about the importance of trees, and I agree. I think they are important. I'm not sure how we can say one tree over here is less important than another tree, but that's effectively what we're doing with the current iteration of this bill. We're saying that an institutional tree is less valuable than another category of tree, basically. We're saying we don't care so much about cutting those down as we do about cutting down other trees over here. So I think this helps to fix that inequity, and I would ask my colleagues to support it.
Councilwoman Rodvian.
I wanted to just say that while I 100% agree with the sentiment of this amendment, I think the topic of institutional use raises so many little niche areas that need to be carefully considered individually. The idea of the county paying itself back a fee in lieu is a little, just a little odd itself, and trying to figure out how to address that. I feel like this is a complicated enough topic that I'm very interested in it, but I would like to do it separately from this, so we don't jeopardize the other work here. And that's my concern, is that there's a lot of little details that we would need to work through to address institutional building or development or whatever, and to try and give it a clean sweep here. Even though that makes sense in the context of this bill, I think in the greater context, we're going to need a more nuanced approach, and I hope that we can work on that in the future.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 34.
Sorry, sir. Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacy?
Nay.
Ms. Pickard?
Nay.
Mr. Volke?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Nay.
Mr. Pruski?
Nay.
3 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Amendment number 34 is defeated.
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 35.
Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry, yes.
I'm going to withdraw 35 in light of the previous discussion and vote.
Okay. So the sponsor from amendment 35 is withdrawn. For the record, amendment number 36. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 36.
Amendment number 36. This amendment increases the fees for abandonment of forest conservation easements and increases the fees in lieu of plantings for land outside the critical area and either inside and outside of priority funding areas.
Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, motion to adopt.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Due to a conflict recently realized, I have to recuse myself from vote and discussion on this amendment.
Okay. This is County Executive Administration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the county exec urges the council to support this amendment. What you have before you is a modest increase in the current level of fee in lieu amounts in the amended bill. So the bill as introduced had pretty high fee in lieu amounts. This is something the county executive felt very strongly about. During the last meeting, the county council reduced those significantly. This is a small step up from where where we are right now, in hopes that this is the compromise that kind of, settles it. But these amounts here are actually comparable with what Howard County introduced as their fee in lieu amounts on their bill as well. So this won't make Anne Arundel County an outlier. This will put us right in the thick of it, and we would ask you to support this as a compromise to settle the discussion on the fee in lieu amounts in the bill.
Councilwoman Rodvian?
Could I offer, thank you, Mr. Chairman, could I offer a friendly amendment? Since we have already voted to raise the clearing in violation of forest conservation to, $4.50, would...
I know where you're going with this, Councilwoman, and so we checked that as well. In fact, Mr. Johnson picked that up when we saw a draft version of this, and we were told by council staff that the way this amendment is written does not overwrite the previous amendment. So if you'll notice, the $3 is not struck out there. So there's nothing that overwrites what the previous amendment did on that first box in the clearing.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
But bonus points for picking that up.
Hold on, Ms. Schuett.
Is there something special about this that wouldn't make the $3 be overridden?
Because it's not being changed in this amendment. I mean, Ms. Corby is the one that gave us that advice when we asked, but when she explained that, it made sense to me, because each other amendment, we're striking something out, but since this doesn't do that, it doesn't overwrite.
Okay, Councilwoman Rodvian, you still...
Yeah, I withdraw my friend.
Anything else, Ms. Schuett?
No, thank you.
Councilman Volke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm not confused. I'm just curious why the administration would be bringing this down when I believe there were 6 votes of this council to put the fee in lieu numbers where they were. So I'm a little...
We thought you may come to a better opinion after 2 weeks to think about it.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 36.
Ms. Hare?
Nay.
Ms. Lacy?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Dang, the swing vote. Aye.
Mr. Volke?
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
4 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative, 1 recusal. Amendment number 36 is adopted.
Amendment number 37. Please read amendment number 37.
Amendment number 37, this amendment requires the planning and zoning officer to provide, my apologies. This amendment requires the planning and zoning officer provide comments on an application for a modification no later than 45 days after the filing of the application.
Motion to adopt. Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay, Councilwoman Pickard or Councilwoman Fiedler, is your amendment?
This is the revised amendment to the one that we were correct on the first time, but withdrew because I just had to put it out there.
No, for the record, we screwed up, and you're right. We support this.
So we did take a moment to revise our own comments so that it is a little bit different than at first. Just vote for it. Thanks.
Okay, any further?
I just want to echo the sentiments of my colleague, and I feel that the new language very clearly states what this amendment does with regard to the number of days.
We're still sorry we screwed up, but yeah.
All right, seeing no further discussion, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 37.
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacy?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volke? Okay. Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
6 in the affirmative, 1 absent at roll call. Amendment number 37 is adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 38.
Amendment number 38. This amendment updates forest conservation definitions and transfers the definitions of Title I of Article 17 and makes other technical changes to 176305 to comport county code with the updated definitions.
Motion to adopt.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. This amendment was introduced by me. As I frequently say, I'm not an attorney, but I play one on TV. And there had to be some legal changes between the law office and our council attorney. These are basically clarifying amendments regarding definitions that were either not included or not clarified to make this bill obviously legal. Administration?
No opposition from us, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any further discussion from council? All right, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 38.
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacy?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Aye.
I didn't call your name. Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 38 is adopted.
Okay, Bill 68.
Mr., we
I'm
have
sorry.
some more amendments coming.
I did not receive them.
They're coming now.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I can explain what has to happen. I've been informed by the very smart people on our staff that in light of Amendment 38 passing, that we need to reconsider Amendment 32, which had a definitional component, and then we need to consider Amendment 39, which would then correctly number and title the targeted growth area definition. So with that, I have explained it. Now I need to make a motion to reconsider the vote on Amendment 32, which would take 5 affirmative votes to pass.
Can you repeat your motion? So we have a motion on the floor to
Sure.
go ahead.
The motion on the floor is to reconsider the vote on Amendment number 32.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So I would just ask my colleagues to now, on the reconsideration vote, defeat this amendment, and then we can move on to Amendment 39.
Okay, and this is a two-motion process. We are
So we have to
voting
take the first
on
one.
the motion to reconsider.
Oh, sorry.
That's right, and that takes
That's an
5.
affirmative vote.
So we have a motion to
Yes.
reconsider that's been properly moved and seconded. We will call the roll on that reconsideration right now. Madam Secretary.
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacy?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The motion to reconsider the vote on Amendment 32 is adopted.
Okay.
Now,
we can talk about Amendment 32. Do we have to re-up? We already had it in motion. It's just to reconsider the vote, correct?
correct.
Okay. So Councilman Volkey, you have the floor.
So again, I just ask my colleagues to vote against this.
Okay.
Okay.
We support voting against it.
Okay. Any
you.
further discussion? So the intention of Councilman Volkey is we're going to take another vote on Amendment number 32. He's asking you to vote against it along with the administration. Correct? All right.
Correct.
All right. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on Amendment number 32 as reconsidered.
Ms. Hare?
Nay.
Ms. Lacy?
Nay.
Ms. Pickard?
Nay.
Mr. Volkey?
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler?
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian?
Nay.
Mr. Pruski?
Nay.
7 in the negative, none in the affirmative. Amendment number 32 is defeated.
Madam Secretary, please read Amendment number 39.
This amendment number 39, this amendment adds a definition of targeted growth area.
Motion to adopt.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Councilman Volkey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, this does the same thing the last amendment did, but correctly.
Administration?
It seems okay to us, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any discussion? Madam Secretary, please call the roll on Amendment number 39.
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacy?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 39 is adopted.
Madam Secretary, I do not have any other amendments. Do we have any before I move on?
I do not believe so, sir.
Anybody? Just want to make sure. Okay. Bill 6918, as amended, will be heard on November 18th, 2019. Moving forward with the agenda, Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 7019.
I'm sorry, sir,
As
one
amended.
moment. Okay, sir, just a correction. You said 6919.
6819, my
Thank you.
apologies. Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 7019 as amended.
Bill number 7019, an ordinance concerning personnel disability leave.
Okay, this is the administration. Mr. Barron?
Good evening. Where's everybody going?
Must be the water main break. Folks, if you can kind of keep it quiet down, we still have a lot of bills to go to, and hopefully I make it home before midnight, so.
For the record, Pete Barron with the administration. With me at the table is Ms. Harold from Personnel and Ms. Lori Blair Klausmeyer from Law. This bill was amended at the last meeting. Happy to answer any questions, but just as a quick reminder, Bill 7019 makes necessary code changes to comport the county's disability leave to state law due to new provisions in the Maryland Healthy Working Families Act, the paid sick leave bill. With that, we ask you move the bill at this time.
Okay, let's open it up to the public. I see no one that's signed up for this. Is there anyone like to come forward to speak on 7019 as amended? Seeing no movement in the audience, the public hearing on Bill 7019 as amended is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill 7019 as amended.
Bill number 7019, an ordinance concerning personnel disability leave.
Is there any further discussion? Councilman Volke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask Madam Auditor a question about the blue letter. So looking at the blue letter, specifically as it refers to 7019 in the third paragraph discussing this bill, it states the Maryland Healthy Families Act requires accrual of leave of an hour for every 30 hours worked, but does not require an employer to allow an employee to earn or carry over more than this time. One of the things that I had asked personnel when this bill was in front of us the first time, both at work session and then I believe when it was in front of us before it was amended, was, does all this bill do comport with state law? And it seems like, from what I read here, that this seems to actually go beyond what state law requires. Am I misreading what you wrote?
Yes, so
Okay.
the law actually says that part-time employers working 50% or more will accrue leave on a prorated basis. That is what is currently being done.
Okay.
So there's nothing new with that.
Okay.
What it also adds is that part-time employees who work between 12, and it says 50%, but let's say 12 and 20 hours a week.
Yeah.
The law was changed to say that it will meet the minimum requirements, which is less than the pro rata.
Okay.
Okay. There's two ways they can do that. The Healthy Families Act requires an accrual leave of 1 hour every 30 hours worked. There's also in there that says that they don't require an employer to allow an employee to earn more than 40 hours. So if they reach the 40 hours, they can cut them off. And they don't require them to allow them to use or hold or carry over more than 64. What they also allow them to do is give them the full 64 at the beginning of the year and then not carry over anything at the end of the year.
Okay.
That.
It makes sense. I think the crux of my question is really just, I want to ensure that what the county is doing is what the state requires, and I would just want to know, are we doing more than what the state requires, or are we hitting just right where the state says we need to hit?
We're hitting just right where the state hits unless we were doing more before.
Got it.
If that makes sense.
That's perfect. That's the answer I needed. Thank you.
That's going to be hashtag on Twitter tonight. All right. Any further discussion? Madam Secretary, please call the roll on Bill number 7019 as amended.
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacy?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volke?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Bill number 7019 is passed.
Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 7619.
Bill number 7619, an ordinance concerning public works, county rights-of-way, zoning, small cell systems.
Okay. Before the administration speaks, I want to be clear, the public hearing closed at the last meeting. I think it was almost at 12:30 in the morning, but it did close, so we're just hearing from the administration and then any discussion. Mr. Barron.
Good evening again. For the record, Pete Barron with the administration. Joining me to my left is Mr. Beckier from Department of Public Works. To my right, Mr. Phipps from DPW. We also have Ms. Sterling Say, the zoning administrator from OPZ, and Ms. Blair Klausmeyer from Office of Law, and Mr. Gary Houston from OIT. We discussed this bill at the previous previous council meeting late into the wee hours, and I do want to sort of remind folks of a couple of key points. We did pass and move the definitional bill, so we passed one piece of it. This is sort of the bigger bill that sets the regulatory scheme for small cells. To reinforce what I stated at the previous meeting, the FCC has really tied our hands, but they have not completely removed counties' ability to regulate. This bill does what we believe is an appropriate, balanced, and the strongest amount of regulation that the county can do dealing with these devices while still not running afoul of the federal rules around this. And to remind the council, the county is a party to a lawsuit trying to address some of the sort of strong preemption that the Federal Communications Commission has laid down on these. But in the meantime, these devices are coming. 5G will be here soon. The county expects hundreds of these applications, and we can either set up rules to govern things like spacing, height, wind load, et cetera, or we can have these devices come without rules. So with that, we ask you to move the bill.
Madam Secretary, please read the title, Bill number 7619.
We're in vote. I already read the title, so we can move on to amendments.
Okay. Before we do that, is there any initial discussion from last time? I want to make sure that everybody had their chance. Councilwoman Harrod, did you have something to add right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, a couple of questions if.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't want to talk about amendments yet. It's just the current bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I emailed you a question about the height of the poles, because I got an email from a constituent who's concerned about the heights of poles and trying to regulate them. And I just want to confirm that from a legal perspective, we can regulate the height if it goes to the aesthetics, but we cannot say, for example, regulate that all of these poles must be 150 feet above any school rooftop because it's an environmental or health hazard to children. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. And then also in that, and I hadn't asked you about this yet, so I'm going to put you on the spot, but also in a constituent email, I was sent this link essentially to a U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit decision that came down in August about sort of the FCC's arbitrary and capricious regulations and how they're not looking at the environmental and health hazards of this. Have you had a chance to look at those, and does that have any impact on what we're doing here today?
The decision that I'm sorry, Lori Blair, Klassmeyer, Deputy County Attorney. The decision that I'm aware of that came down this summer had to do with the original order had excluded these from review under the NEPA,
yeah.
which the environment, which one deals with historic properties and one deals with properties including Indian reservations, and that really doesn't have anything. What the court said was that no, you can't do that. They do have to be considered under those two federal statutes. So it really doesn't have anything to do with the kind of things that we're doing here today.
Okay, perfect. So in the meantime, again, we're sort of, our hands are tied until we get any further guidance from the current court case that's moving forward.
Right, and Ms. Fiedler contacted me today and asked me about what was going on with that. And the last thing I have was that in early October, there was an order for expedited hearing process.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and it still hasn't been scheduled, so expedited
Super expedited.
is a strangely defined term. But, and I'll just say that even once that happens and there's an order, we're probably a couple years away from really resolving any type of federal litigation over these rules. I mean, there'll be appeals. Nobody's going to be happy with whatever the court does, and there'll be appeals, and so we're probably looking down the road anyway on that federal litigation.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Fiedler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've also asked this question several different ways, but just want to confirm again because I do understand the concerns of my constituents opposing this bill, and if we were to not pass this bill today, that doesn't prohibit small cells from coming. It just prohibits how big they are, where they go?
Right. I mean, they're coming whether we pass legislation or not. What we're trying to do is at least take control of, that, to the extent that we can, of the process. Either if we don't do anything, either the state will step in and they will decide all of these things that we're trying to decide here today, or there'll be nothing, and we will come in, the carriers will come in and ask for the reviews, and we'll be stuck basically with the FCC's order and how much time we have and what fees, very limited as such as they are, we can charge. So those will be the consequences.
And thank you for clarifying and confirming. For me, I think it's very important that this county has some say in refrigerators versus something aesthetically pleasing that blends in with the communities. So I will be supporting this bill.
Thank you. And seeing no initial further discussion, for the record, Councilwoman Fiedler has withdrawn amendment number 1, so that, just for the record, we won't be talking about that. However, we do have an amendment number 2. Madam Secretary, could you please read amendment number 2 to Bill 7619?
Amendment number 2. This amendment requires a recommendation to the County Council from the Director of Public Works or designee regarding actual costs and the need to adjust the fees for small cell systems in county rights-of-way.
Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Councilman Volke, this is your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I actually took this language from a small cell bill that is pending before Prince George's County, their county council. They have a similar provision. One thing that I want to note about this, so I appreciate the Department of Public Works providing some information about the contractual obligations that we have and what we believe the costs will be. I would note that the fees that we're charging in this current bill are substantially higher than some of the surrounding jurisdictions and what they're looking to charge. So I think that that's relevant. I don't want to see the county lose money on this implementation, and I think that's the concern of the administration. I respect that. I also don't want to see the county make money off of this, because obviously that becomes an issue with the FCC, because we're not really supposed to make money off this. We're supposed to cover our costs. So with that, I just want to ensure that whatever fees we're putting in are ultimately going to be fair and reasonable fees that reflect the costs that it's taking us to review these applications and ensure that they're complying with county code. So with that, I would like to put this amendment in to make it very, very clear that a year from now, we need to revisit these fees to ensure that they are fair and appropriate. That's the purpose of this amendment, and I'm hopeful that my colleagues can support it, and hopefully the administration too. We'll see.
All right, well, let's hear from the administration, then we'll open up for discussion. Administration.
Once again, Pete Barron for the record. I appreciate the conversations we've had. We believe this amendment is unnecessary. The carriers will be watching closely. They're the ones who pay. We will have to justify our fees under the federal rules. So if they are out of bounds, we would have to adjust them, and we would be coming back for that. So while we don't believe this is necessary, we also don't believe this is harmful. But as far as we're concerned, the bill is good as drafted.
Councilwoman Lacey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question for the sponsor. Why do you feel an outside expert would be necessary rather than relying on our own, not only the department, but the budget office and our auditor?
Well, I think it makes sense to have somebody who is not in the process per se. So the issue that I worry about is if you have a revenue generation component to this and it's generating money for the county, my concern is that you may have some sort of an incentive to say the fees are fine, no problem, keep the fees as they are. And I think that an outside expert would not have that same incentive. That's not to attribute untoward motives to anybody in county government. I just think the reality is, if you've got the revenue stream coming in and no one is sort of rocking the boat, you may continue with that revenue stream unless someone comes in and challenges it.
So with that understanding, and I appreciate that, I think it's no problem, and it is really a good idea to consider what the fees should be after a year. I think we have plenty of in-house expertise at figuring out whether or not the costs that we assess are correct, and I don't want to obligate the county to have to pay for an outside expert to be able to determine the reasonableness of fees that the telecom folks are going to be bringing their own expertise to challenge what we come up with anyway. So with that, I won't support this amendment.
Councilwoman Pickard, and then Councilman Volpe.
Madam Auditor, do you think you have the in-house expertise to be able to review the fees set out in this bill after 1 year?
If you're talking about evaluating the cost of what it's going to cost the county versus what we're charging and collecting, that can be done. It would require the county to prepare a like an indirect cost calculation that we could then verify.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Volpe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to, for the benefit of my colleagues, let you know how we stack up against surrounding jurisdictions. So under the proposed bill for what we call a minor modification, we will be requesting a fee of $1,475. Prince George's is planning to charge $500. Montgomery charges $500, and Baltimore charges $100. For a co-location, we are requesting a fee of $2,000. Prince George's will be requesting a $1,500 fee. Montgomery, $1,000. Baltimore, $100. For a new proposed use, that would be a $4,000 fee under our proposed bill. Prince George's is at $2,500, Montgomery's at $2,000, and Baltimore is at $200. And for a replacement, we would be charging $2,100. Prince George's is at $500, Montgomery is at $1,500, and Baltimore is at $100. So I just want to make the point to you that our fees are pretty high, even compared to some of the surrounding jurisdictions who are similarly situated and similarly sized to ours. Now, I had initially considered putting in some sort of an amendment that would make our fees more in line with our neighbors, but after consulting with DPW and the administration, I thought the fairest thing to do would be to give them the benefit of the doubt for a year to see if the fees that we're intending to charge actually comport with our costs. That's the purpose of this. So obviously, everyone is free to vote as they will, but I do think that it's important to realize that our fees are really quite high and much higher than what surrounding jurisdictions are charging for the same work right now. So as you decide whether to support this amendment or not, I would hope that you consider what we're charging. Thanks.
Mr. Phipps.
Yeah, I would just like to, and I think this came up at the last public testimony, or when we were testifying on it, that some of the, like Prince George's County, they also charge a resubmittal fee on top of that, where the fee that we've structured doesn't. So we're not additive after that. And I think it's probably in the best interest of the utility companies to come in one time, not have repetitive. So I think that's pretty fair. The other is, it's unclear to me, and perhaps you know the answer, but are the other counties subsidizing their costs outside of this fee structure? Because some of the indications we were getting is that their fees aren't covering the full costs of their programs.
Yeah, and I don't know the answer to that, Mr. Phipps, and I understand that's the administration's concern, which is absolutely why I don't want to come in and second guess your folks who are saying this is the fee. What I am asking is that we review it a year from now. So I don't want to see the county lose money, but I'm just trying to make the point to my colleagues that we're setting a fee at a relatively high level compared to surrounding jurisdictions in an effort to ensure we don't lose money. And all I'm asking is that this council have the actual documentation, the backup, so that down the road we can ensure what we're charging is fair and reasonable. I don't think that's an unreasonable request or an unreasonable thing to add to this bill. So hopefully everyone understands where I'm coming from.
Councilwoman Hare.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Phipps, given Mr. Barron's testimony that he believes in all likelihood the entities will ask for this data anyways, sort of what kind of burden do you envision, if any, to comply with this amendment if it were to pass?
Well, every year, we're subjected to a very high-level scrutiny audit from
Thank you, Madam Auditor.
Smith's office. And I think that, what would happen here is we'd set up separate business units for this. So we'd be capturing the costs and the revenues. And I think it would be, something that would be just subject to one more thing as we come through the operating budget process.
But it's data you'd otherwise collect anyways. You'd just be submitting it to another person for review.
Right, but the data would all be there.
Okay.
Is how I would expect that it would be structured.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks.
Any further comments, administration? Madam Secretary, could you please call the roll on amendment number 2?
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacy?
Nay.
Ms. Pickard?
Nay.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Before I vote, I just want to say I appreciate the sentiment of this amendment, but I feel like we have the capacity to do these cost calculations and verification within our own county government structure, so I'm going to vote nay. Thank you.
Mr. Pruski?
Nay.
3 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Amendment number 2 is defeated.
Madam Secretary, my understanding, since there are no amendments, that we take a full vote on 7619.
That would be correct, sir.
Please call the roll on 7619.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacy?
Aye, but Madam Secretary, you're supposed to start with Ms. Hare.
Oh!
I was happy to go first.
Did you vote for her?
Thank you very much. My apologies all. Wrong vote slip.
Okay. Would you like to recall the roll, Madam Secretary, or?
Yes, I would like to recall the roll.
So again, we're voting on 7619. The amendments were defeated. It's the bill as is. Madam Secretary.
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacy?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
6 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Bill number 7619 is
One in the
passed.
negative.
1 in the negative. Bill number 7619 is passed.
Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 7719.
I'll try. Bill number 7719, an ordinance concerning zoning requirements for conditional uses, automobile, truck, and recreational vehicle sales.
Okay, this is a vote only. Ms. Pickard is the sponsor. I don't know if you want to add anything. We discussed this last time.
I can read my paragraph again, or we can just vote.
I'm good.
Okay,
Mr.
good.
Barron?
Administration is good.
Okay, any further discussion from my colleagues? Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 7719. You already did that, so I don't see any further discussion. Please call the roll on 7719. This, again, the vote only. We held the public hearing. It was closed last meeting.
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacy?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Bill number 7719 is passed.
Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 7819.
Bill number 7819, an ordinance concerning public works, roads, traffic control signal monitoring systems.
Okay, this is vote only. Administration?
Good evening again. For the record, Pete Barron with the administration, Mr. Phipps from Department of Public Works, and Ms. Klausmeyer from Office of Law. We discussed this bill before, the administration supports.
Okay. And again, I'm the sponsor along with Ms. Lacy. I think we said this over and over again. We will have an opportunity through the budget process to see an actual plan and discuss it further, but the fact that the moratorium was there, that obviously just removes it. So we already read the title. Is any further discussion? Councilwoman Pickard, did you have a discussion or just your light on?
Oh, sorry.
Okay. All right, so we do have an amendment. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 1.
Amendment number 1, this amendment reinstates the current law and amends it to allow no more than 14 traffic control monitoring systems in the county.
Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Councilman Volkey, this is your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't really think that this amendment should be seen as hostile to this bill, because the problem with this bill is that we currently have absolutely 0 of these cameras operating in the county. So any of these operating is an infinite improvement over what we have currently, and will hopefully improve safety. The difficulty with the current law is that we're only allowed to have 5. Well, I don't understand how we got to the 5 number, but I also don't understand how many we need. So we asked the chief about that, and they don't even have all of the intersections identified, the chief of police, as to where they would want to put these. There are certainly some that may make sense, and they can get into it. 14 is 2 per council district. It seems pretty reasonable to me that we would start with that, and we will then figure out going forward how many of these cameras we need. If we need more, obviously the administration can come down and ask us to do this bill again. There's no issue with that. I understand, Mr. Chairman, that you had mentioned in, I believe it was the work session, that we can control this through the budget process. I respect that opinion, but given the way that the budget process went this year, I don't have a whole lot of faith that we will have a lot of control over that. So I would rather put a limit on this at this point in time to say this is the number that we'll authorize in the county, and then we'll go forward from there. And if we find that these are highly successful and we need more, let's authorize some more of them. So it's sort of more of a tempered approach, and maybe that makes me conservative. But with that, I would believe that that might be the right way to move about this, because going from 0 to 14 is quite an improvement.
Madam Auditor, I think you wanted to add something.
Yeah, I've heard a couple times that we don't know how we got 5, so I just wanted to point out that we got 5 because that's how many they had at the time.
Yeah.
And if I could add to that, the
Yes.
original bill that was put in was to prohibit them completely. So the 5 was a compromise, an amendment that came from the council to compromise for the council member who wanted them gone completely. So, and that was, the contract did, I believe, call for 5. I'm not sure we ever actually had 5, quite frankly. I remember there being an issue with identifying 5 intersections. But.
And let me just reiterate, I certainly appreciate, Mr. Volke, what you're trying to do. When I said the budget process, and I think it was made clear by Mr. Flores, who's traffic engineering, Mr. Phipps, along with the police department, as the chief has stated this as well, that there's going to be guidelines set up for having these, and if there's an RFP contract, that's public knowledge. You'll see who's there, and I think that we let our professionals decide what the number is. I understand what you're trying to do. I disagree, different paths, but certainly I respect, what you're submitting. So.
The only thing I'd add back, and I appreciate that, Mr. Chair, and thank you, I struggle with delegating sort of the legislative prerogative to the executive branch, and I feel like in some ways that's what we do, so I'm always cautious about that. To me, I think that there should be a legislative body, which is us, and I don't know that we should cede all authority to the executive to decide what's appropriate. So that's why I think that moving forward at a tempered pace is the right way to do it, to ensure that we continue having our legislative prerogative.
Thank you. Any other further discussion? Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 1.
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacy?
Nay.
Ms. Pickard?
Nay.
Mr. Volke?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Nay.
Mr. Pruski?
Nay.
3 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Amendment number 1 is defeated.
Okay, Madam Secretary, since there are no amendments that passed, we'll take the full roll call on Bill 7819.
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacy?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volke?
Despite reservations, aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Bill number 78 is passed.
Bill number 7919. Madam Secretary, please read title of Bill number 7919.
Good night. Bill number 7919, an ordinance concerning current expense budget supplementary appropriation, South River Manor Community Benefit District.
Okay, Mr. Barron, you're still here.
I am. For the record, Pete Barron with the administration, Ms. Klausmeyer from Office of Law, Ms. McQuaid from Finance, and Mr. Beecham from Budget. I believe this is the first bill of the evening that we haven't discussed before. 7919 appropriates funds requested by the South River Manor Civic Association for expenditure in accordance with purposes of the district which already exist. The administration, and we've seen these with these before, the association, and we've seen these with these before, they're they're run by volunteers. They're giving up their time. There's sometimes some complicated things they need to submit. The association failed to submit the budget, and therefore it wasn't included. No appropriation was included in the budget process, so we didn't levy a tax to collect. In April, the association submitted a budget request for the total amount of $13,000 for $141.88 for maintenance and improvement of community property. The additional, the association identified $8,600 about for community fund balance and budgeted $8,900 for maintenance and improvement. The additional $4,500 requested by the community association was budgeted as funds held. To avoid the mid-year off-cycle tax levy, the community association has agreed to an appropriation of its community-held fund balance of $8,641 for fiscal year 2020. The community association requests this supplementary appropriation.
Councilwoman Hare?
Sorry, I'm just ready to vote.
Okay, that's okay. Anyone for the public hearing regarding 7919? I do not have anyone. Seeing all the movement in the crowd, we're going to close the public hearing on 7919. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 7919.
Bill number 7919, an ordinance concerning current expense budget, supplementary appropriation.
Any further discussion?
South River Manor Community Benefit District.
Thank you. Any further discussion? None. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on Bill number 7919.
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacy?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Bill number 7919 is passed.
Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 8019.
Bill number 8019, an ordinance concerning finance, taxation, and budget, real property taxes, clean energy loan program.
Mr. Barron?
Good evening again. Joining me is Mr. Walker, Mr. Sharp, and Ms. Cole from AAEDC, and Ms. Coleman from Pace Financial Servicing, from Finance, Ms. McQuaid, and from Law, Ms. Klausmeyer. Anne Arundel County was the first county to pass PACE legislation in September 2014. The PACE program is used to finance energy efficiency and renewable energy upgrades to commercial buildings. PACE financing allows the cost of improvements to be tied to commercial building over an extended term of up to 20 years. The MD PACE requires 0% down. Eligible clean energy upgrades improvements include solar, geothermal, wind, water conservation, HVAC, and lighting. PACE financing is repaid through a special assessment on the owner's property tax bill, which doesn't tie up the business balance sheet with debt. AADC helps market the PACE program to commercial property owners as well as contractors throughout the county. I believe, and feel free to correct me, Mr. Walker, but we only have one company currently participating, and we would like to expand it. So therefore, we brought forward this bill. It recommends a couple of changes. The first is to remove the 100 kilowatt hour or 100 kilowatt requirement in the county's ordinance. This cap was initially put in place to match state law, which has since been removed. And the second recommended change is to remove the word energy. This change relates to energy savings requirements and project eligibility. The Anne Arundel ordinance currently requires that eligible projects have a positive savings to investment ratio. In short, this means that total dollars in savings resulting from installed construction measures over the term of the loan exceed the total cost of financing. Anne Arundel is unique in that its definition of a savings to investment ratio explicitly describes energy savings in its calculations, which excludes other standard project savings such as depreciation and tax savings from the calculation. Therefore, we're happy to answer any questions, and we ask that you move the bill.
Can you read that again like a pharmaceutical commercial?
Just trying to get through, sir.
All right, I understand, appreciate it. Let's open it up for public hearing. Is there anyone who'd like to come speak on 8019? Seeing no movement in the crowd, the public hearing on 8019 is now closed. Any further discussion? Okay, Madam Secretary, please read the title bill number 8019.
Well, this is a first for me.
That's okay.
Bill number 8019, an ordinance concerning finance, taxation, and budget, real property taxes, clean energy loan program.
Thank you. And for the record, this is Laura Corby, who did all the work before earlier. Thank you again. Thanks for showing up. We do have an amendment. Councilwoman, well, let me first do this. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 1.
Amendment number 1, this amendment reinstates current law to require that a property owner demonstrate specific energy savings over the life of a loan.
Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Councilwoman Lacey, this is your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, so based on our extensive discussion at the work session, you could probably tell that I have a problem with removing energy as a requirement to show net energy savings or generation from the Clean Energy Loan Program. And I have a lot of resources in front of me. I've got the state law, I've got our ordinance, implementing state law, which was enacted in Bill 6814. Mr. Walker, you voted for it. It passed 6-1 back when Mr. Jones was on the council representing District 1. And I reviewed the auditor's letter, which has, pointed out and confirmed that, yes, we're one of the few, perhaps the only, jurisdiction that requires energy savings, but also points out that of the number of projects statewide to date, that 22 out of 26 of them, 17 wouldn't have passed our requirements, and 5 of them maybe barely would have. So I'm left with this. What I think is here are the 2 choices of the bill. Is you either we support the bill because there's no cost to the county because the cost is built into the loans that are given, or we recognize that even though the cost is built into the loans that are given and so the county's not on the hook, the loan does pass on to future property owners. If it hasn't been passed on, there's a lien that can actually be placed on the commercial property. As Ms. Hare brought up during the work session, costs are going to be passed on to a tenant in a commercial situation, depending on what the particular improvement is. And when I went to look at our code in the full section, which I'm pulling up on my computer, literally practically every line in every section and subsection of our code on the Clean Energy Loan Program mentions energy. So I propose this amendment because I just don't see any other way of really ensuring that the loans are given for the purpose for which they were intended, which still, as I read it, there's no separate energy audit versus just what we have in our code, energy audit. Perhaps there is something under the state's program standards, but as far as our ordinance, which is our law implementing and authorizing the program, if we take energy out as a standard, then it's not a clean energy loan to me, as far as I can tell. So I don't really have any questions because we went over it very extensively before, but I ask my colleagues to support the amendment.
Before we go to discussion, administration or the panel?
The administration respectfully, and we appreciate the discussion, respectfully opposes the amendment, and I'm going to ask the experts at the panel to weigh in.
Yes, so thank you. And
really, I know we did have a lot of discussion at the previous public hearing, and so I'd just like to take this time to try to further clarify some of the things that I stated before. And I know you haven't had a lot of time to really get to know the program and how it works, and so I want to try to fill in some of those details one last time. And I really appreciate you doing your homework on the ordinance and the statewide legislation. And I also really appreciate where Councilwoman Lacey is coming from, because you clearly care, because you care about the energy efficiency standards that the program is supposed to maintain, and I do as well, and that's why I manage the program. So one thing, so striking the word energy does not mean that energy savings are not going to be calculated in this savings to investment ratio. We will absolutely calculate energy savings. And the law, the ordinance, as well as the state law further outline that anything that's being financed already must increase the energy efficiency of the property. So we're not losing the energy standards that are required in the program. What we're doing is we're opening up the calculation of the savings to investment ratio in a manner that will allow more projects to qualify. And so one of the things that I said in the previous hearing that I think several council members got a bit hung up on was, in order for a measure to be eligible to be financed, I stated that it needs to exceed the baseline. And for the baseline in an existing building, as a reminder, what we're looking at is what's already there. So are you replacing an HVAC system that's already there with one that's more efficient? In that case, that new HVAC system would be eligible for financing. In a new construction scenario, the baseline that we're using is the baseline building code of the state and the county, which is already a pretty high standard. What I did not expound on further in the previous public hearing, though, is that that's the baseline in terms of what measures are eligible to be financed. That doesn't make an entire project financeable, right? So what makes a project financeable, what allows us to actually close financing, is the fact that we are achieving this savings to investment ratio. And when you look at the way the savings to investment ratio is calculated, we're comparing the savings of the project to the principal as well as the aggregate interest over a 20-year term. So this is, in fact, that amount is going beyond the simple cost of installing the measures that are being financed. And so even in an instance in which we're removing this word energy and therefore allowing other project savings like tax savings, like depreciation, to be included in the calculation, all that we're doing here is allowing these projects that wouldn't be financed otherwise to be financed. And I'll just give one very tangible example. One thing that we'll see in these projects is a building owner who wants to replace his HVAC system, for example. He can't afford to replace it. He wants to use PACE financing to replace it. Well, HVAC systems are incredibly expensive, and they may not fully repay themselves over the term of the loan. So even though that measure, the HVAC system alone, is eligible for financing, that project wouldn't qualify. And what that property owner might do in that case is that property owner might also decide to install solar panels on the roof, because solar panels produce a lot of energy, they have a really good payback period, and also historically there's a lot of tax savings that result from solar panels. And so what we have in that situation is the project overall becomes eligible, and we're able to finance that project. That building owner gets to install a more efficient HVAC system, and we're also encouraging them to install these solar panels as well. So I hope that's a bit more of a tangible example.
One piece, though, the example that we were emailed information about the hotel, I think, in District 4, and so, of course, not to put any pressure at all on on a councilman from District 4 to support my amendment, and I'll understand if you don't. But it seems to me that since the minimum dollar amount that would be financed is $25,000 to be financed over a 20-year term, which is relatively little money to be financing over 20 years, and this program should be meant more for, say, small business owners than for folks who are maybe trying to build an entire hotel or, I don't know, whatever other building that you want to stay. It might actually help people who are trying to revitalize commercial districts in the county that need it, and that their project scope probably is something manageable, but over $25,000. And so I think philosophically, I have a problem with not using energy as a measure for the clean energy loan, showing that you actually affirmatively either save energy or generate energy for the grid over the period of the loan, and also that overall loosening the standards. I think, I don't know, since there's no cost to the county, but there's also not necessarily a benefit to the counties. We haven't had a significant number of these projects even across the state. So anyway, I mean, I appreciate your case, but it's late and I don't want to keep my colleagues here until midnight, so I don't have any further questions.
All right, that's all right. I would like to clarify one last thing, because I do apologize. I have overlooked saying this strongly enough, but there will still be an energy audit. I know you're very concerned about that. We always require an energy audit. It's in the program guidelines. It's required across the program. It's an ASHRAE level 2 energy audit. So even removing the word energy, that will always be required. We will be verifying that the measures that are being financed are improving the energy efficiency of the property.
Thank you, Councilwoman Harris. Okay. Okay, to go right over.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I may, look, the provision that we're talking about is in eligibility, okay? It's in section, subtitle 4, Clean Energy Loan Program 4-2-401F, which is eligibility 2. Okay, so in order to be eligible for a clean energy loan, the property owner, which in this case we're talking only about commercial properties because we haven't authorized this program to be extended to residential properties, but it could be, obtain an energy audit approved under program guidelines demonstrating that the energy savings projected to be obtained from the improvements over the life of the clean energy loan equal or exceed the principal and aggregate interest to be paid over the term of the loan. So I understand the STR, as I may get your acronym wrong, but I get the concept. The thing is that the language here and the reason what the bill proposes is to strike the second word energy from this eligibility. So you'd still have to obtain an energy audit, but it's not required for eligibility that you show that there's actually energy savings. That's the part I have a problem with, and I think it's pretty clear, but it's not that the program is bad, but I happen to agree with the form of our ordinance as Mr. Walker voted for back in 2014. That's all.
Thank you. Any further discussion, administration? Anything to add? Okay, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 1.
Ms. Hare?
Nay.
Ms. Lacy?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Nay.
Mr. Volkey?
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler?
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian?
Nay.
Mr. Pruski?
Nay.
1 in the affirmative, 6 in the negative. Amendment number 1 is defeated.
Okay, Madam Secretary, the fact that we have no other amendments that pass, we can call the final roll on Bill 8019.
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacy?
Nay.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
6 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. Bill number 8019 is passed.
Thank you all. Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution number 4219.
Resolution number 4219.
Thanks, I'm listening.
resolution approving the application of Dale H. Moreland and Ross E. Moreland to sell an agricultural land preservation easement to the Maryland Agricultural Land Preservation Foundation on 58.8 acres in Harwood, Maryland.
Mr. Barron.
Good evening again. For the record, Pete Barron with the administration. With me is Ms. Polito from Rec and Parks and Ms. Niederer from Office of Law. The Moreland property is located at 660 Owensville Road in Harwood. This property is located in Council District 7. The farm is part of a multi-parcel cattle and hay operation and would add 58 acres to a block of approximately 2,800 contiguous acres in the Harwood West River area. There's a dwelling and a few barn outbuildings on the farm. The Morelands have applied for easement status in the past, but have never accepted the state's offer. There are 736 feet of linear streams that are buffered by more than 100 feet with existing wood. It meets required soils criteria with 62% of class 1 and 2 and 3, or sorry, try that again, with class 2 and 3 soils. The auditor's blue letter, I think, describes the program very well. With that, we ask you move the resolution.
Okay, let's open up for public hearing. I do have someone signed up, Mr. Philip Duncan. I'm not sure if he's still here. Mr. Duncan, last call. Okay, any other one that'd like to come testify on Resolution 4219, excuse me? Seeing no movement in the audience, the public hearing on Resolution 4219 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Resolution number 4219.
Resolution number 4219, resolution approving the application of Dale H. Moreland and Ross E. Moreland to sell an agricultural land preservation easement to the Maryland Agricultural Land Preservation Foundation on 58.8 acres in Harwood, Maryland.
Okay, it looks like we have a few discussion. Councilman Volke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to kind of have a conversation with Madam Auditor for a second on this one. It looks like Ms. Hare was having the same thought. So what exactly does this commit us to in approving this?
So basically the way the process works is right now it's with MELF. If they
It's what?
It's with MELF. It's a Maryland
MELF. Oh,
yeah, the foundation. So they will appraise it. They will come up with a cost. At the same time, the Morelands and Shiflets have came up with their cost. So if the state's cost is less, they have the opportunity to decrease, but the state will not give them any more than their offer price.
Than what they're asking.
Than what they're asking
Got
for.
it. Okay.
Okay. So, and so the way the state process works, it's kind of complicated, but they take their funding and divide it in half, and then round one of the first half, every county gets 1/23 to buy this land. If any county doesn't use it, then it goes into the second half of round one, and there's like a 60-40 split.
Okay.
Okay? There's also round two, but it's based on what property has the best value for the state, and Arundel County tends, well, they don't get that round two because further out they can get better deals in some of the other counties.
Okay.
So that's how it works. We then have to, the property owner has to accept the price. If there's not enough state funding, because there's a certain limit, we go from one ranking to the next. They will offer the county the opportunity to kick in more money. So let's say they ran out and they don't have enough for their full 60, and the county can come back and decide.
And who makes that decision in the county?
It would be the executive department.
Okay. And it does not come back in front of us again?
No, it does not. So when we look at it, we are looking to see, and that's why we said we have a capital project for all kinds of purposes. There's the there's other programs. So when we get the capital budget, we look at how much is earmarked to each. They have to tell us how much is earmarked to each program. And so then we look, are they going to have enough funding earmarked for MALF to buy these properties? And so basically what I'm saying here is they have 2.3 million available.
Who is they?
This capital project.
So in the county budget? Right,
Yes.
okay, got it.
They have 400,000 earmarked for Royal Legacy and another 400 earmarked for the county program. Based on our estimate of the maximum fiscal impact to the county has adequate funds to cover any required match. So any required match where they do the 60-40 split, we can cover that. So looking at, because we know how much the state is going to give 100% to, we don't really know how much other counties are not going to be able to use that, so we kind of assume there'll be none. And then we say, okay, if they give 60-40 for the rest, will the county have enough? So that's how we have to look at it. We really don't know what the state is going to offer.
So if I'm doing your math, is it 2.3 inclusive of the other 800,000? Or
Yes.
is it 2.3 with those on top of it?
No, it's 2.3,
Total.
and then you take the other two out.
Got it. So we have 2.3 million, and you're saying that you believe that we can cover the maximum fiscal impact. So what do you think the maximum fiscal impact is of this to the county? Obviously, you've had to do some kind of calculation to say that.
Right. So, yes. So what I'm saying is of okay, so basically what I do is I look at asking prices.
So what are they asking? Do you know?
I can't say at a public format.
Oh, okay.
But yes, I don't know, but we see those applications.
Oh, I
So
see.
we can then say, okay, based on these asking prices, if the state gives us our 100, which we know they will, if they do a 60-40 split, we can cover our 40. That's basically.
And if you tell me what's going to be left, then I'll be able to deduce what's the asking price. So you can't tell me that either, I'm guessing.
What do you mean by what's left?
Well, so if you were to say,
what would be left?
what'll be left after we buy these two easements, there's some deductive logic there.
I don't know. Did the law office leave? I don't know what I can tell you. But so that's how we do it. I mean, we do that kind of calculation. If the state doesn't have enough funding in their 60-40, then it comes back to the county, do you want to pay more? I can't guarantee we can pay more.
So we're relatively early into the budget year, or the fiscal year, I guess I should say, because we only started that in July. So I guess my question would be, what other applications might come? Like, that's what I'm trying to weigh is, what is the opportunity cost here? What if we take this, might we lose down the road? Do we have any sense of that? And I don't know without knowing what the numbers are.
Okay, so maybe Barbara can weigh in on this more, but it's like a once a year type. It used to be once every 2-year thing.
Okay.
The MALF program. Then they went to a 1 year. Are they back at a 2-year? No, still 1 year. So it will be next budget before they offer more money in MALF.
So we're not foregoing anything. This is really the only deal that's on the table, take it or leave it.
Yeah.
Got it.
It is.
That's helpful. All right, that answers my questions. Thank you.
You good?
If you want to add anything, please. Okay.
I'm good if you are.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll on resolution number 4219.
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacy?
Nay.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
6 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. Resolution number 4219 is adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution 4319.
Resolution number 4319, resolution approving the application of Scott L. Shiflett and Mary K. Shiflett to sell an agricultural land preservation easement to the Maryland Agricultural Land Preservation Foundation on 116.27 acres in Tracy's Landing, Maryland.
Administration.
For the record, Pete Barron with the administration. Joining me at the table is Ms. Polito from Rec and Parks, and from Law, Ms. Niederer. Same program, same program as the previous resolution. This property is located at 5927 Franklin Gibson Road in Tracy's Landing. This is in Council District 7. On this farm, there are approximately 54 acres in ag production, 18 acres of forest, and the remaining acreage is taken up by barns, 3 dwellings, some wetlands, and unproductive land. There are approximately 900 feet of linear streams with existing buffering of approximately 50 to 95 feet. There are also approximately 4,900 feet of linear streams with the remaining buffers over 100 feet. The ag operation is a small grain rotation. There is current soil and water quality conservation plan written for this farm. The property is located outside of the county's priority preservation area. It meets the required soils criteria with 78% class 1, 2, or 3 soils, and will add to an existing 653 acres of ag easements in a 1-mile radius. With that, we ask you move the bill, or the resolution, excuse me.
Seeing no initial questions, we're going to open this up for public hearing. I do have not anyone signed up. Anyone like to come forward to speak on Resolution 3019? Seeing no movement in the audience, the public hearing on Resolution number 4319 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Resolution number 4319.
Resolution number 4319, resolution approving the application of Scott L. Shiflett and Mary K. Shiflett to sell an agricultural land preservation easement to the Maryland Agricultural Land Preservation Foundation on 116.27 acres in Tracy's Landing, Maryland.
Okay, any further discussion? Madam Secretary, please call the roll on Resolution 4319.
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Lacy?
Nay.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Aye.
6 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. Resolution 4319 is adopted.
Is there any other business to be brought before the County Council this evening? Seeing none, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The motion moves forward. The motion carries. County Council is now adjourned until November 18th, 2019. Thank you. And before we leave off, it's Veterans Day. We won't be here. I do want to recognize all the folks that provide service to our county on November 11th. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.